Alright guys, BLM here, back, another live stream. I'm an idiot and I don't have anything up. Let's get this sorted. I'll be honest, I'm really tired, but we're still here because I guess I'll always be. Continuing on Horizon, I also got Survivor to talk about. I am legitimately struggling to think of what else. Well, I mean, obviously, I don't know if we want to talk about election because that was also a big thing. But traders, right? That was the thing. This is your favorite vote of the week? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, okay, like relate to. Okay, yeah, yeah, I would agree with that. I think it was a pretty good episode for the most part. Like still some nitpicks here and there. I do they didn't change the revote rule because I don't think that precedent had ever been set, had it? Has there anyone that didn't have a vote? Or has there ever been a situation where there was a tie between a person that had a vote and a person that didn't have a vote? I don't think it is like it's not a dumb rule because like that is the point. Like that's the reason why they don't vote in the case of a tie is because there's no point because they're gonna vote. They have to vote for each other. Um, or like technically it's kind of dumb that you have Sierra go up there and only have the option of voting Sam. I think that's like kind of dumb. But like I think her still voting for Sam is something that is still like a necessity based on the rules of the game set up at this point. Um, but yeah. Andy Winner edit? I don't think so. I'm like he's still a contender, but like I do feel like at this point I definitely see him more of the Emily. Um, when it's been a 3-3-3 tie, they couldn't vote on the revote. Yeah, that is true, isn't it? Yeah, I guess if it's like a multi... Yeah, okay, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, if it is like multiple people involved in the revote, you still don't vote on the revote. Yeah, I guess that is changing the rules in that spot then. I think for a reset from Sorquel. What's next 2024 game I'll play? Metaphor. Well, I mean, I'm still playing Persona 3 technically. Once I finish Persona 3 Metaphor. Um, you're Rachel Truther? I have Rachel number 2. I think for me, okay, actually, am I actually going to run through to this entire... Like, this is so far away, right? Like, I have to. Okay. I guess, yeah, I should probably call a mount. But, yeah, I think this was a good episode for Rachel, obviously. I think the issue for me is, that, like, in terms of why she's not number 1... Well, there's a couple. One, obviously, I think it's still a circumstantial episode. It's still an episode where, like, she has to be shown because she finds the advantage. She's also, again, like, the recipient of the advantage in the last episode. It's like there's a lot of reasons why she has to be shown. I think that's a little bit of an issue. Where I'm still waiting for an episode where she doesn't have to be shown, where she's, like, prominent, which, like, hasn't really happened yet. Plus, also, I think, like, her premiere is just so against the themes of the season. Is also... Or, like, what I assume are the themes of the season. Which I think is also a thing that is a negative for me. That I don't think anyone's talking about on, like, because I saw on the Edgic Reddit, and, like, there are people that are Rachel Truthers now, but, like, no one's mentioning the fact that her premiere is, like, pretty bad based on, like, what we think the themes of the season are. Where, like, she just, like, instantly throws away Andy. Which is, like, so against, like, the themes of, like, community and, like, underestimates Andy. That's against the themes of underestimation. It's, like, I feel like that's bad. But again, I would say she's definitely, like, a contender for sure. Yeah, Sue, I think this was bad, obviously. Very bad. I think at this... So my number 1 right now is Caroline. I think Caroline is number 1. I mean, she's still very flawed. I think, like, the thing for me in this episode... Like, I thought this episode was actually pretty perfect for her until the very end. Like, the one knock about her episode here was the fact that we got focused on how much she wants Rachel out, only not get Rachel out. Mind you, that could be, like, a setup rivalry for down the road, which I do think it is. But still, I do think that is a negative. But I think as a whole, it was pretty good. Especially because, like, we got that one line, too, from I forgot was it Genevieve that said it? That like the sneaky players are gonna go on to win the game or something. It was like subtitled, um, like the sneaky like underrated. It was like something to that nature, and then like we follow that up with like Caroline talking about how like Genevieve is a massive threat and everything. Which, by the way, I think Genevieve's pretty like even more dead because of that. Like I think Genevieve 100% is just like big target getting taken out before the end. Um, and I think the thing about Rachel too is that we're getting a lot of talk about how Rachel's a big threat, which seems to go against that line as well. Where I feel like Caroline is the one that is actually seemingly under radar, yet we're still being shown her pretty positively. Sam out next? No, I don't think so. I think Sam's probably like a Spencer at this point. Um, Spencer Bledsoe. Or like a Jay. Like someone like that. Like that probably makes it a few more rounds, is a big underdog, doesn't win, probably doesn't even make finale. But Kyle makes more sense. I think, to be honest, even Rachel is probable. Who else is there? Saul is definitely a contender. Caroline just seems very game body for you. But like, who isn't that is a contender? Like Rachel's also extremely game body. Genevieve is extremely game body. Like the thing about this season is that almost nobody has personal content. Like no one has really like shown like it's like kind of a weird case where like I feel like I don't know any of these people as people. Where it's like I feel like we don't know a lot about any of these people from like the show at least. So I feel like almost everyone here is coming off as game body. I agree. I think Andy, and again, I think Andy is either losing finalist or he is like Emily, as like a mid game boot. I think it's like one of the two options. I don't see Andy as the winner at this point. But they probably hid that Andy didn't get his way with Sam going and make it seem like it was his move. I don't think so. I don't think that's the interpretation. Again, like this is supposed to be his big moment, right? This like big flip, and like essentially all we got was this like weird montage thing, where like he was severely under-edited in the episode, considering it was like this major thing that had been set up for like episodes now. Just realized we haven't had a single sob story yet. Yeah. Which again, like I don't mind them personally. Like I don't mind them as long as like they don't hog up like so much of the episode. But yeah, it does feel like this season in particular had been like severely lacking in terms of personal content. Gabe is losing finalists? I think so. I think it makes a lot of sense for Gabe to be losing finalists. Especially if he's losing finalists to Sue or Caroline. Like, I think in that world, I think it's very, very likely. Double tribal next? No, I don't think we have a double tribal at all. Again, like, I think this season's 14 episodes. Like, I think we get an extra episode here. I think it makes sense considering the schedule's a bit off in terms of the, like, the days of it all. I believe it's, like, a day off or something than normal. Also, the, like, premiere date was a week earlier than normal. I think we're literally just getting an extra episode this season. Yeah, Teenie had a bad episode. Teenie's been, like, top 3 the entire season for me. She was my number 1 after the last episode, even though, again, I didn't think she was actually winning. But, like, I think, like, based on, like, what we've seen from the edit, I feel like she was number 1. I moved her down to 4, I think. Like, I moved her down quite a bit. Who am I supposed to be finding here? I actually don't remember, despite the fact that I've played this game, like, 15 times or something. Is Sierra above Kashan? She is, yeah. Even though, realistically, like, Sierra's game's not great, right? But obviously, like, it's Kashan's. I moved Suda on the 5. So yeah, the ranking is Caroline 1, Rachel 2. Who's 3? Andy 3. Then Teenie, then Sue, then Genevieve, then Kyle, Sure, maybe Cal should be above Genevieve, actually.
They're waiting outside of town. I'll grab them and meet you there.
I mean, they're both not winning, so it doesn't really matter. But, like, maybe I should switch Cal and Genevieve, actually. But then 8 Saul, I believe now. Or did I have 8? I forgot. Yeah, I think I moved up Saul. I think I moved up Saul and then 1 spot, and then 9 Sam, 10 Gabe. Yeah, I find it funny how much they were like really salivating in that moment of Kyle eating chicken wings or whatever. Which I love how like Jeff went on this like tangent on the On Fire podcast about how he doesn't care about what people's like diets are or whatever. About how like, oh, we're not gonna accommodate for people's diets. It's like I spend months trying to know these people, but the one thing I don't know is their diets or whatever. It's bad Sue didn't get to talk with Tiana. Yeah, 100%. That's actually like for me the even more damning thing about Sue is that obviously like her dynamic with Tiana was like set to be this pretty major one, and then we just got like no follow up on that. To me, that's the more damning thing than like her like having like 2 quiet episodes in a row, especially considering like literally this episode told us that a quiet player is going to win. So it's like that in itself is not the most damning thing, but I think considering like it had been like so set up already and then it just like doesn't go anywhere, I think is probably a negative. I think Caroline's edit is strange with her constantly talking about other people. Yes. I think that is a strange. Obviously because like, yeah, this episode she had the thing talking about how she's like impressed by Genevieve and that sort of thing. But like really it's like again, there's not many options really for this season. And I do think I have the most faith in Caroline, even though I would not say she's like I would not bet money on Caroline winning still. Could Sam be losing finals instead of Gabe? I don't see it. Like theoretically he could be like Xander, right? But I feel like that's not super likely. Okay, cool. How am I supposed to be getting up there? Oh, it's this path. I'm a fucking idiot. They gave Kyle a veggie. Actually, I forgot about that. They did give him a veggie dog. Which I guess like if Jeff is to be believed, then like that wasn't intentional, right? Then, assumedly, but no, they only gave 1 veggie dog, so they must have known, right? Because like each person got 1 hot dog, right? Like, did they just like assume? Like, yeah, I mean, it must have been like accommodated for Kyle, right? Even though Jeff is claiming that they don't do that. But I don't know. Why have Gabe last? Because he's so against the themes of the season. In like literally every single point, he's against the themes of the season. And also, like, he never even had, like, a strong point where, like, at least Sam did have, like, a good first few episodes and initially connected the themes of the season, and then obviously, like, the tracks away from that, but at least that, like, minor positivity is there where, like, Gabe, like, never had anything. Like, Gabe has always been, like, a non-factor for me in terms of potentially winning. And I think it's so clear that, like, Gabe is not winning, like, 100%. Like, as in, like, even if he gets to the end, he's not going to win the jury vote. When Caroline talks about other people, though, in my opinion, it lets us know what's happening to other people is good for her game. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing about Caroline. Caroline has, like, the quietest edit of the season. She's still at the bottom of the confessional count. Mind you, I believe only by 1 at this point. But, like, she's still at the bottom of the confessional count. She has been for most of the season. But, like, the content she gets, though, is very good. It's like her confessionals are always, like, very perceptive. There we go. And it's like we're clearly supposed to be like looking at Caroline as a good player, which, to be fair, could also be potential setup for like her being like Final 4, Final 5 boot as well. Like that's definitely still like a possibility. But like I think like considering the board, I like considering the themes of the season and all that, it's like I feel like Caroline like feels the most winnery. Even though there's still these, like, massive holes there. Is Gabe playing a good game? Like, on Island? Seemingly. I mean, he seems to be in a, like, loyal alliance that probably is going to take him at least like somewhat deep. He seems to be targeted by people not in his alliance. I think people are like perceiving him as a big threat. But the fact that he has like such a loyal backing, seemingly, is very good. Doesn't Rachel talk about Community in the first episode? I don't remember she actually has the confessional about Community, but even then she like goes against it in practicality.
My turn.
And she's also like shown underestimating people throughout the season too.
You're going down.
Am I doing DLC content for this? Yes, I am. This and Forbidden West. I plan on doing both the DLCs. Sue prominent pre-merge, Caroline prominent post-merge. Yeah. Which, obviously, it's better to have the latter. With Sue, I think she's, like, kind of seemingly falling into, like, the typical runner-up at this point. Because, again, like, she's essentially, like, Ken McNichol at this point. Like, it's kind of this, like, typical, like, person who has, like, a very good early game that kind of mask all the issues with their game, and then by the time the merge, they just kind of disappear. Rachel shot in the dark move felt very much like Nick's fake idol play. Kind of. I did like what she did. I thought it was a very interesting use of shot in the dark, which like Jeff like really praised on Fire Podcast for it. Like talking about how it's a brilliant move and everything. So it's like, oh, I guess she has Jeff's sign of approval. Which also is probably something that makes me think she's not going to win. But yeah, I did think it was a good move though. To like use the shot in the dark essentially as like one, obviously if it works, you're safe anyway. Otherwise, it allows you to see people's reactions to you playing it, and that way you can get a sense of like if you should actually play your idol or not, in case it doesn't work. New tiger rule makes no sense. Yeah, at the beginning of stream, I was like kind of like whatever on it, but then now I think about it with like three-way ties. It actually, yeah, that is kind of dumb, isn't it? Because I didn't think about that in the sense that like if it's a tie between multiple people, then yeah, all those people don't vote. Mind you, they probably should, right? But yeah, I guess that is technically changing the rule there. Because like really, the reality is that is the intention, though. Like the intention of why the people that like why in a tie the people in the tie don't vote is not because they just don't want the people in the tie voting. It's because the implication is that the people in the tie are going to be voting for each other. So like there's no point in them voting. It's the same reason why like at Final 3 why the two other people don't vote. It's because there's no point, because they're going to be voting for each other, so it nulls each other out. Like that's the intention of why the people in the tie don't vote. Which I think you could tell that's the case because of how like Borneo is structured in that way, to where it's like I think it is like technically I think the actual flaw in all this is more so the fact that they didn't allow people in three-way ties or multiple-way ties to vote. I think that's actually more of the issue, but like considering they already set that precedent, then yeah, technically they are changing the rules for this. I don't know why I just did that. Like, why did I decide to fight this? It was a good episode. I think it was good. I think probably my favorite episode of the season is still probably episode 4. But I think this is up there. I mean, I still find the modern auction, even though it's again not as good as like the older auction, like I still find it fine. Like it still provides some like fun moments here and there. You know, obviously like again there's some like why are we doing some of the stuff that we're doing with it, but beyond that, it's like I thought like the scrambling was really interesting. The result was kind of predictable by the end, but overall, again, I thought it was a solid episode. Military X was one of the first seasons you watched. You're a huge Ken McNichol fan. But I was so robbed at the end. I mean, I remember at the time, like, people were, like, really high on Ken McNichol. Mind you, I think a lot of that was because, like, people were, like, very much attracted to him. I think that was also a factor. And also, like, he had a very glowing early edit, too. But then he just, like, kind of disappears. I think it was the Will episode, like, where Will goes home. Or not the Will, the Zeke boot, where, like, he rats out Will and everything. I think that was, like, kind of, like, the turning point for Ken. Where, like, people were, like, super positive on him up to that point. But I think people liked Ken at the time. Like, I think if 33 had, like, a fan vote, like, I think Ken probably makes the top, like, 3 or whatever, top grouping. Yeah, I wonder, like, are they gonna stick to it for 3-way ties in the future or not? Because, like, clearly they put thought into this. So it's like maybe they've rethought the final 3 rules, or maybe they just like, or maybe like literally it's just an oversight for them. They just like never comprehended that. I think 47 winter edit will be the opposite of 45, 46. Like not intentionally, or at least not like not because they came into it thinking, hey, we got to give the 47 winner under radar edit, but like I think it's turning out that way. Oh wait, which one did they turn off? It's back here, isn't it? I think we've had like a lot of signs with how the show's been edited so far that the winner is going to be like one of the lesser presences on the season. Like it's not going to be because like look at the confessional count. The confessional count, like the people at the top are what, like Sam, other people left in the game are like Sam, Gabe, I believe Andy is there. It's like I don't feel like those people are winning. Why is double exposure broke my brain? I've been editing that video for the last 2 fucking days. And I think just straight up, I don't think I can handle video game videos anymore. It's like every single time I edit a video game video, or at least the last few I've done, it's literally like caused me to have headaches by the end. To where like half, like, so like I edited most of yesterday. Especially like I edited here and there while I was working, but like pretty much like full scope of the day from point that I woke up until I think it was like 2 a.m. when I stopped. Like pretty much most of the time I was editing that video, the double exposure review. And even then I only got like 2/3 of it done. And I spent the like most of my day today finishing it. But yeah, like towards the end of last night, I just felt like complete shit. And then like I woke up this morning, I still had like a pretty big fucking headache. And it just like stopped, and it just like started going away conveniently around the time that I finished editing. So that's fantastic. And it's funny because it's a video that no one's gonna fucking watch, but it's fine. I feel like that's a video that 100% I'm making entirely for me. Like I just want to be able to like go back and like list all my thoughts on the game. Which it did end up being relatively long. It's 48 minutes, which is too much. Did I notice when Sierra got her auction item, we see Andy's face? Yes, I did. I literally took that down on my notes. They're gonna pretend like this never happened when a 3-way tie happens? Maybe, yeah. I mean, when has it happened before? It hasn't happened that often, right? It happened in Karamoan, I know, multiple times, right? Because it happened in the Hope boot episode, and it happened in the Malcolm boot, right? Has it happened outside that? I'm sure it has, but like... Kageon? Oh, in the, Final 6, right? No, yeah, not Final 6. Final 6 was a... Oh, Bryce. Okay. I forgot the plan was to do it at Final 6, but it didn't actually happen because got too much already. Cass and Wu didn't go through with it. But yeah, Bryce food. It did happen. Double exposure rebirth. Double exposure. I mean, straight. I'm almost on my second playthrough double exposure. I've watched Laser's entire playthrough double exposure. Like, I mean, double exposure. I guess Two Fair Rebirth is like similarly, but like double exposure is like kind of like a so bad that it's good though. Like I do kind of like it even though it is so bad. Like the entire plot is like completely nonsensical. Like nothing makes sense. Nothing's explained. Yeah, I kind of like it anyway, even though I think critically it is bad. Um,
It's beautifully crafted.
I think Genevieve has a shot at winning, or has no shot at winning. Yes, I don't think she's winning. I think this episode was bad for her anyway. Oh, yeah, Russell Boots in Redemption Island, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, John Mishboot. Yeah, that was a 222.
Forget about traveling.
I wonder, would any of those votes change? No, right? Because like I believe every single time it's a split vote, right? Because like it never really happens outside of a split vote. I mean, at least it's very difficult to happen outside of a split vote. Um, do I get the criticism of people saying Caroline can't win because she's too quiet? Yes, but again, I think everybody has issues that like, I can call out literally every single player and talk about like major issues with their edits, to where it's like, again, her like issue being that when outside of that she's like so like attached to the themes of the season and everything. It's like, I feel like it's not the worst criticism in the world, especially when like Caroline's the type of player that they hate. Okay, there's actually stuff I need to find. God damn it. To where like I feel like they wouldn't want to give her a big edit.
This machine's been picked apart with precision. What's Derval learned from?
It was about. Oh yeah, I haven't even been looking at the draft.
Want to know?
When was the last time I think I did update it last week, didn't I? Oh, am I? Oh no, I didn't because I think I'm out, aren't I? No, I have Saul still, right? But either way, I'm not looking great because I believe I had Tiana, didn't I? Yeah. Yes, I'm fucked. I did update for Rome, right? Yeah, I did, and then Sierra. So Yoviver is out. Yoviver's the first person out. What a shocker. Was he ninth place? Uh, so what? Ray Ranger has Kyle, which is not looking great. Gamer has Andy and Gabe, which again, Andy's in contention, but not looking great. Menace has Genevieve, not looking great. I have Saul, not looking great. Lionel has Rachel, again, possible. Gwen has Sam, not great. Inner has Caroline and Sue, which is again good. Biggest party is Teeny, which is again like not that good, but not impossible. Um, I mean, to be fair, Genevieve could come back theoretically. I don't know though. Like, do they talk that much about Genevieve on Fire? Oh, I'm an idiot. Fuck, I didn't even finish the thing. God damn it. If they explain shit in the story instead of just dropping everything, it'd be great. I don't know if it would be great, but it would definitely be a lot better. Because I think, like, yeah, there's a lot of things happen just that aren't explained. It's, like, funny to make fun of those things. I still think the entire notion that we're fucking doing we're leading up to essentially, like, an Avengers-style game seems really fucking stupid, especially in the way that they're handling it. Where like the entire like post credit scene is so funny.
Turn it off.
Where like, it literally feels like they're treating this as if it's the MCU.
I think I've got it working.
Just.
Or like I think a crossover game could work if it was like more attached to the characters themselves. They were like solving a mystery, like it was again a murder that somehow connects like the multiple characters together. But like literally doing this again, spoiler for double exposure, but like doing this like Safi's gonna fucking create a team of supervillains or whatever, and we're gonna try to be gods. It's like, okay, that's fucking stupid, but okay. 10 out of 12 win rate in challenge, like including like travel challenges and all that stuff. Yeah, it's pretty good. Here we go. Okay, cool. The game winning be a fuck you to Survivor editing the winner.
Go. I won't be long.
Yeah, like I mean, it would be like a fuck you to like Edgic in terms of like having faith in them to be telling a coherent storyline. because I think like having Gabe win feels like it doesn't feel like it matches what it seems like the story of the season is. Um, do I want to do this mission already? I guess it doesn't really matter. Actually, I was gonna try to avoid fast traveling. I think we're gonna try it because I know that this game, one of the one of the like complaints about glitches and stuff is that the game like can crash pretty often if you fast travel. Which, with that said, I think I've just decided I'm not gonna fast travel. Number one is Caroline. Yeah, Saul's Secret Angel. Yeah, that went or Secret Agents. Yeah, that went nowhere, right? Like he literally mentions it in the beginning of the episode, and then like we don't really see Saul doing much to like form an alliance after that. Like obviously we see his connection with Rachel, but like that doesn't even like really go anywhere. Like we never see him and Rachel talk again after that initial scene. Like we see him talk about Rachel when like Rachel's name's being brought up, but we never see Saul like actually do anything. Bringing Diamond's powers will allow her to find the others, like tracking. I don't know, maybe. Like obviously, like Safi. Well, I mean, like, does Safi want Diamond specifically, or is it just like she knows Diamond has powers? But maybe. Feel pretty good about Andy. I don't at this point. Edge of Andy number one. Why? Like, what from this episode made them think that he should be number one? And like, all he got in this episode is like the same shit he's been getting for like episodes now. But it also just like not even that prominent in the episode it's supposed to be his like big move. Oh yeah, I haven't done all that. I've only watched 3 more episodes of Palau. Mainly because again, like I've been spending the entire I spent like all my free time yesterday and most of today editing the double exposure video. To which with that I couldn't watch Palau. I watched what like 2 episodes I think Monday night, and then 1 episode tonight right before the new episode. Again, Palau's still like it's exactly what I expected. I think like what I predicted my opinions to be of it on the rewatch are pretty much what it is. There are some things I did forget though. I mean, like I actually forgot how screwed Angie was. To where like I'm considering. Actually, no, I still don't think I'll pick her right for Palau. But like for my like most screwed over player for every season, I should at least mention Angie because Angie does get pretty fucked. Do we see Caroline, Gabe, Andy final 3? Not really. Like I would more so lean towards Andy being like 7th place or something than Andy being a finalist. Though he could also be a losing finalist. Still on the Saul train. I mean, like I like Saul. He's not winning though. But yeah. What winners don't fit the themes of their season? I think a big one for me is Tommy. I think he's like the first one that like comes to mind. Yeah, I mean, like I think the thing is like tough is that like I don't think older seasons really had as much intention. I mean, there's like certain ones that do, but like I don't think like in terms of like old school Survivor, you don't really like. It doesn't seem like every season has like really thought out like season long story that we get like in modern Survivor. But like I think of the recent winners, I think like Tommy is like a big example of one that doesn't like really fit into the themes of the season. Especially considering how much focus we got on like how strong like the women are and everything.
Rode right into that.
Isn't that Angie and who? I mean, I think Jolanda and Wanda, or Jolanda, fuck me, Wanda and Jonathan are like the easy 2 to mention. What happens with Angie? Essentially Ibrahim was going out, and then Koror got to give a person on Oolong immunity, and they gave it to Ibrahim. Which, by the way, also is like a really weird move, isn't it? Like, shouldn't they want Ibrahim to go? Like, I got that Ibrahim like fucks up in the challenge in that one episode, and like Ibrahim was going, but like, isn't that dumb considering he's like actually like one of the physically strongest on the tribe? It's, I guess, like, to be fair, like Angie's like, I think ideally they would get rid of like Bobby John, right? But like obviously that's not happening. And I guess like in comparison to like, well, even then, like even like yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I think they should be wanting Ibrahim to go, I would think, but it doesn't really matter that much. Andy said it getting a bit ridiculous. In what way? In like the slow-mo and all that? You got unnecessary content for going against Sierra and Sam? I don't think it's unnecessary content. Or credit, or whatever. Yeah, like his entire story is that. Like his entire story is that he like flips against Sam and Sierra. It's like if he doesn't have that, then he's not even on the show. Like they're not gonna show that, like him flipping against Andy or him flipping against Sam and Sierra. Kind of saying the show posturing itself as pro women when Dan is there, yeah. But again, it was such a strong grouping of women. Karen did one good thing in Palau is picking Willard and Schoolyard pick, yeah. Again, got her to the merge. Still can't win the game, but at least got her to the merge. Where am I? Am I supposed to be? No, I'm supposed to, this is Maker's End, right? You actually have to go through the bandit camp? I couldn't see Andy not being in for a long haul. I think he makes finale. I don't agree that he has to make finale. Again, his edit is essentially like a Dodo version of Emily. It's like a mix of Emily and Gabler, essentially. Is Rachel? I have Rachel too. I think for me, the big criticism of Rachel is the fact that everything is still so circumstantial. And also, I think, like, in terms of connection to theme, she doesn't really do the greatest job. Also, I just realized, like, she's also, like, really... Actually, I just realized, actually, Rachel really does not connect to the themes. Because, again, like, a major theme is being underestimated. And, like, Rachel's not underestimated. Like, people constantly talk about how big of a threat Rachel is. Like, that's completely against the themes of the season also. But, whatever. I think Caroline is my number one. I think she fits into what the season seemed to be telling us, at least early on, a lot more. And also, I think, like, logically, in terms of, like, real-world things, it makes sense. In terms of, like, outside show things that we know. I think the Caroline win makes more sense than Rachel, considering Jeff seems to be very pro-Rachel on Fire. Jen is not winning. Also, I think I understand a thing about Caroline also, is that Caroline's been in every episode. Like, despite her having the least amount of confessionals, she's literally been in every episode. I do think a criticism of Caroline is that her premiere still was not, like, about her entirely. Like, she got, like, set up of her relationship with Sue. But, like, obviously it wasn't, like, primarily focused on her, and I think that is obviously a criticism. We know production doesn't like this season. Or at least, I should not say doesn't like the season. They like 48 more. Which, I think they would like it if someone like Rachel won the season. So, like, again, last time we got, like, reports of, like, a season that they didn't like, it was when Gabler won 43. So like with 45, 46, we never really got reports of like, they like this season more than the other. Like you kind of got that vibe through Express, but I feel like Redmond didn't really confirm, did he? That like, they like 46 more than 45 or that sort of thing. So like I feel like the fact that we got like confirmation that they like 48 more than 47 means that they must like not like an aspect of 47. And I feel like considering how like winner focused they are, I think like someone like Caroline winning, being a reason they don't like it as much makes sense. I mean, supposedly again they love 48. So, by the way, that was also the thing Jeff was talking about on Fire Podcast today, is that he doesn't care about if you now really essentially like he doesn't care like about like most things that you do like about like again like what age you are, all this like different things. What he really cares about is like how good of a storyteller you are, which maybe that's set up for 48. Why there's so many fucking 30-year-olds.
Haven't you got anything better to do?
Yeah, they love 44. That's kind of the point. Like they love 44 because they love that Jam 1, and they love that like again the story of the Tika 3 and everything. Actually, do I finish? I might as well finish the bandit camp, right? I already killed almost everybody. I saw Redmond had an update for 49.50. I didn't see it. Which I wonder what is to be said. Because I doubt they're that deep into the casting process at this point. Is there no other enemy? Fuck, what? Who cares? I'm literally trying to just do the main story. It doesn't really matter. I have Andy 3. I don't think Andy's winning, though, at this point. But I still have Andy 3. Like, really, for me, like, at this point, I think it is a two-horse race between Caroline and Rachel. And I think Rachel's still in this spot where, like, I think I need to see more. Which really has been the case for the last, like, 2 episodes. Or, like, there's been good, like, snippets from Rachel, but, like, everything just feels so circumstantial. Like, it feels like it has to be there. So, like, I need to get this, like, content that doesn't need to be there. And, like, really, like, Rachel's entire... No, again, Rachel's premiere is terrible. Like, Rachel's premiere is worse than Caroline's. Or at least Caroline showed positively. We get a setup of, like, her relationships in the game. It's like, yeah, her confessional is, like, her... I think she only gets one confessional premiere. Like, that one's not great. But, like, her actual general content's fine. Like, Rachel's premiere is terrible. Again, she pushes away Andy. She underestimates Andy. That goes against the themes of the season. Gets no actual setup to her relationships in the game. Like, she's just shown as this, like, negative presence in the premiere. Of this, like, person that just, like, throws away Andy right away.
I'll put those to use. Why are you doing this?
Because I want you to succeed.
The way Sierra and Sam talk about Andy is so mean in an old school way. I would agree with that.
Wait.
Yeah, election happened. It's genuinely insane how much Trump won by in Florida. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what a fucking tragedy. Really, pretty much like everything Florida related was a tragedy. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, effectively when a popular vote was also insane. Took 43 minutes for election to come up. What are we talking about? Need somebody to take a shot right this time. Sure. Country's fucked. I mean, country's fucked either way. I mean, I think the thing is, like, I don't actually think this matters that much. Like, I think it does in the sense that, like, Trump, like, I think it will in terms of, like, Supreme Court justices and that sort of thing. Like, I don't, like, yeah, there's a lot of talk about, like, Trump's gonna be a dictator. I don't think he will be. I think he'll be, like, around the same as last time, pretty much. And I think at the end of the day, I think like Democrats are probably going to win the next election anyway. I think that's just the way it will go. Like I think that's just the natural like ebbs and flows of politics in the United States. So like, I don't think it's really going to matter that much, but it is insane though how much Trump won by. Oh, yeah, Project 2025 is not going to happen. Like I feel very confident in that. Especially if the House ends up being Democrat anyway. Like, there'd literally be, like, no way for him to even do that anyway. Do I even bother fighting them? Or do I have to? I don't remember. House isn't called yet, is it? Same man that was confident Simon was that you, so that is true.
You're finished.
But yeah, again, not a great result. not a good result at all. Like it's actually insane that like really like the rules in Florida are so fucking stupid. The fact that you need 60% to pass any amendment. Like that's so ridiculous. That like abortion didn't pass in Florida because it only got 57%. I get why people feel hopeless, but I feel like it is like still like an overreaction. Like really, I think like the Senate and House going like Republican is worse than like the presidency, where the presidency doesn't actually matter that much in the grand scheme of things. It's really like all for show for the most part, like especially for things outside of like foreign policy and that sort of thing. Not even foreign policy, it's more so like foreign perception. But like obviously if the House and Senate both go Republican, and obviously Trump's also in the presidency, then obviously yeah, that's obviously a very bad sign. I don't think JD Vance would win though. I think DeSantis is probably going to run in 2028. Would have more of a shot than JD Vance. Wonder if High voted for Trump? Obviously. I'm sure like High was so excited to vote for Trump, his favorite candidate ever. I've never seen anyone talk positively about Vance. And again, I feel like DeSantis is definitely gonna run next time. People respect his debate performance for not looking as insane as Trump. Well, that's something. Yeah, I didn't watch a single debate this election cycle. Yeah, I did see clips, and yeah, I did see clips of like him being like upset, them fact checking him, right? Imagine Jimmy Carter. I mean, Jimmy Carter like would not be a good pick, would he? I mean, I guess like now his perception is pretty good, right? But like back in the day, like he was a shit candidate. Okay, what the fuck is happening? What is happening? What the fuck is any of this? Like, how is there that much shit shooting at me? I mean, that's the thing about the election as a whole. It's like, usually it just goes based on the economy, like 99% of the time. So, like, this time, like, obviously Trump had the edge because, like, the economy is bad and people blame that on Biden, even though, like, it's kind of dumb to blame it on Biden when, like, literally every other country's also in recession. But that's just the way that people see things. Because, like, most people don't give a shit enough to actually, like, look into actual politics. Me included. I mean, but also, I'm not fucking voting for Trump, though. Would be surprised they, push one of Trump's sons. I think that's plausible for down the road, for sure. And I guess theoretically it could be next time that, like, Donald Trump Jr. runs. I mean, 2016 is just, like, an anomaly, though. Like, 2016, I think, it comes down to, like, one, Hillary was a bad candidate to begin with. And also, Trump is just Trump, I guess. It's like, Trump is, like, just a massive anomaly in 2016. Dude, that's so insane that Trump won the popular vote. Like, that's genuinely, like, insane to me. Like, the fact that this election was essentially just a redo of 2016, but Trump actually did better, is insane. Okay, well, that's not doing anything. Obviously, yeah, gotta vote in Carter Williams. I don't know if he'll get votes, after pissing off all those people at the grocery store.
You will not escape the shadow.
Yeah, by a lot, too. I mean, again, like, literally in Florida, he won by, like, 13%. Like, he won by, like over 1 million votes, right? Like, how do you win Florida? Yeah, he won by, like, 1.5 million, almost. Like, that's insane. Which, like, like, I expected it. Like, again, I live in, like, one of the most liberal areas in Florida, and still you see so many Trump supporters. To where it's like, again, it was very obvious he was going to win Florida. Like, that wasn't a debate, but I didn't realize it would be by, like, that massive a margin. Like, all the polls had him winning by, like, 4%. Like, the fact that he won by 13%, that's insanity. Only good win yesterday was this. Oh, I assume this is Nick Brown. Yeah, I did see this. Yeah, good for him. He's probably not going to be on Survivor 50. Oh, no. Can't believe it. Imagine they, like, want Nick Brown back now because he's, like, Attorney General or whatever. They're like, oh my god, it'd be so fucking good to get Nick Brown back. I think what's interesting is what comes after Trump. I think, like, if I were to guess, I would say, again, Trump's not going to do as well as the people that voted for Trump hope that he's going to do. Economy's probably still going to be shit. Then next election, they'll just switch back and vote Democrat. I think it's essentially all go. Like, I would expect the Democrat candidate to win next time. Even then, even if it's 8 points, it's still, like, again, he wins by a much wider margin than that. I don't think AOC can win the presidential election.
The entity lives. Unacceptable.
Right, but a politician. Yeah, he's the best Nick to be a politician. Thank God. See at least 2 cars with giant Trump signs on the highway every day. Yeah.
What the hell was that?
Like, it's so strange because, like, I don't like talk politics to any any of my coworkers or anything, but, like, multiple of them have literally come up to me and then talked about how much they love Trump. It's like, okay, cool. Like, literally, like, multiple of them have come up to me and say, hey, are you voting? It's like, oh, I want to, again, I need to vote for, like, the outcome that won't make, again, America soft or whatever. It's like, okay, why are you telling me this? Like, it's actually, like, it is pretty insane. Again, like, this is, like, I live in, like, literally one of the most liberal areas in the city, and it's still that. Like, it is funny just, like, how open people are of being Trump supporters now. Because like I feel like last two elections, it's like I feel like even the Trump supporters wouldn't be like that open in being Trump supporters. Like you wouldn't hear people like just like going up to people and talking about how much they love Trump and everything. Yeah, just now that just happens, I guess. At least in Florida. You were late watching the Survivor episode tonight because of the local election debates. That's fun. That try like has Survivor. Well, I mean, I guess Survivor wouldn't be preempted, right, by debate in the United States. But... Okay, cool. He's like debates don't typically happen here on Wednesdays, do they? Yeah, you're in New York, yeah.
350,000. That's hundreds of years ago.
Dem turnout in 2024 collapsed compared to 2020. Yeah, I mean, like just in general, turnout did, right? Because like neither of the like the total votes was less, like way less than the last election. So like I believe Trump, even though again obviously Trump won the popular vote here, but I believe he still has less votes than what he did last time, right?
A group of people, not unlike a tribe.
Yeah. So it's like I think just in general, like turnout is where either turnout or like I don't know about like how the votes were counted or whatever, but like yeah, like in terms of like again clearly yeah, I don't know if the support was there for either candidate. Again, I voted last time. I didn't vote this. Actually, no, I didn't vote last time. I voted 2 times ago, didn't I? Either way, whatever. Like I didn't vote, so it's like I didn't give a shit enough to cast my vote. Mind you, again, like I was in a spot where like I felt pretty confident about how things were gonna go anyway. Where like I think if I was in like an actual swing state, I probably would have bothered to vote. But just like again, like I think it's just so clear Trump was winning in my area. No, again, I think you needed to kick out Biden. I think if it was Biden, I think they would have lost by more. I think you probably needed just someone entirely different, though. I think you probably needed someone that wasn't connected to Biden at all. Because I think Biden's reputation was so bad. And, like, to have someone like Kamala just, like, doing the same thing, essentially, I think was probably not good enough. Yeah, 2020 seems like an anomaly. I think COVID definitely played a major factor into it. Yeah, Electoral College sucks, but I don't know if they'll ever be able to get rid of it. What's funny though, actually, is that this time actually the Electoral College actually helped the Democrats. Where like the only reason they even had a shot this time was because of the Electoral College. Where the two that's the thing though, right? Is that Electoral College helps out the minority. Because like obviously, if you weren't the minority, you would just outright vote, win like any other vote. But like because the electoral college exists, it at least gives a chance to people that aren't the outright majority. I think it's a like kind of I don't know. Actually, I don't even know how to rate these like modern auctions because they do feel very different to all the other auctions. Like they're all like, both of them so far have been fine. I think this was better than 45's. Or at least I felt that while watching it. I'm trying to think back of like, I don't know, were there really that many good moments? I mean, I like Caroline biting into the fisheye. That was fun. I think like obviously like they worked out some kinks from last time. I do feel like it feels like there's probably like a bit too much going on. It feels like a little bit convoluted. Oh yeah, Jeff doing the Shakespearean stuff. Like that was kind of funny. Okay, okay, that was yeah. What a jump that was. Yeah, like I feel like it was kind of weird because like it felt more than an auction, right? Because like we also got like the grub eating thing. It felt like they were trying more things within it. Like that was its own like kind of like mini reward challenge within the auction. Um, I don't think I'm an auction person, especially 2-segment auction. I mean, for me personally, I don't like the bad items that much. Like, I thought we had like a fine amount of them here. Like, I'm not someone that like I want like half the items to be like bad. It's like that's not that interesting. Um, I think still the fundamental issue with this sort of auction is the fact that like obviously you're just gonna go all in towards the end. Like, there's no incentive for you to not go all in when you're gonna lose your vote. I think that's like to me still the biggest issue is the losing your vote part of it. But that seems to be something that like Jeff is just like very like gung ho about. Yeah, maybe I will take a like maybe I will play a shorter game in between. Actually, I forgot about that. I did think about playing Indica. Indica and Still Wakes the Deep. I forgot about that. I was actually going to play those. So maybe I will play those before Metaphor, actually. But, like, that won't take that long. Like, both of them are, like, what, like 5 to 6 hour games, I believe. But, like, the reality is, like, most of the games that I want to play on my own are games that are super long.
It's cold.
Because it's literally Persona 3, Metaphor, and Like a Dragon,
All it takes
Infinite
is
Wealth.
a good handholds.
And then maybe Unicorn Overlord if I have time to play that.
Made it.
I think most other things I'm playing on stream at this point.
That data has been erased from this device. Do you wish to deploy alpha privileges to recover purged data?
Metaphor's more like Shin Megami Tensei combat-wise.
A file has been recovered.
Yeah, I still haven't played a proper Mega 10 game. But obviously I probably won't for a bit. I do have 5. I have 3 and 5, don't I?
It's been years.
Where's your legal team, Ted?
Yeah, Suzette is not
All 18 lawsuits
great.
landed.
I would still not say she's, like, completely dead. Largely backing off on the notion that, like,
Perhaps we could have fun.
Genevieve talked about how, like it's, I forgot what it was, sneaky or underrated. I forgot the exact phrasing of it. But, like, essentially, like, it feels like an under-the-radar person is going to win.
There's a glitch.
But I do feel like Sue does feel very runner-up-y to me.
Yes, those.
So shut them down.
Obviously,
I mean, Kyle, again, is not winning, but I would still say he's more likely than, like, Gabe, Sam, and Saul.
it's worse than that.
Like, we at least, like, know more about Kyle as a person.
At lunch. Alone.
Like, he had, like, an opening confessional that was, like, all about, like, the struggles he's gone. Like, actually, really, when we talk about there's no sob stories. Like, Kyle's the closest we've gotten through his, like, first confessional. Like, I don't even know if Andy makes it there. Like, I feel like with Andy, it's, like, so obvious that he would lose at the end that, like, is he even gonna make it to that point? Oh, the scan. It's funny how, like, I should know that. Like, I've played this game so many times. I would say Teeny is dead, but I would say very unlikely.
It's bad.
Like, I think the 2 contenders are Caroline and Rachel. I think everyone else I'm not looking at is that likely at this point.
Peacekeepers
That consume biomass as fuel.
in emergencies.
And you make
Does Andy come up as anti-community?
Self-manufactured.
I feel like that's not, like, because, like, we see him right away, like, try to bond with Rachel, and then Rachel, again, pushes him away. I feel like that's not necessarily anti-community. I guess it is in terms of the John stuff, right? That is anti-community. But still, I don't think that's, like, intentional.
I get it, Liz. So how do I stop it while
Especially when, like, the actual Andy anti-community stuff is, like, circumstantial.
you know what I mean?
Like, that had to be there. Like, him and John.
Liz, I will do anything you say. Keep working it, and whatever you recommend, I'll do.
Best player now is Genevieve. I think best player's Caroline, probably. Like, taking it aside, I think probably I would, like, if I was to actually, like, look at the game board right now and say who's playing the best game, I would say Caroline.
Somehow she defeated them. The world of the old ones fell, but life went on.
I think Genevieve, she's, like, so obviously a threat at this point.
Final foe has been
So she's up there, but like she's not my number one.
Project Zero Dawn. Jesus,
Rich's fourth confessional, the media challenge, Andy had. Did she have 4 confessionals in the premiere? Um, Andy had a meltdown in front of everybody. In my head, I was like, "What is he doing? What's he on right now?"
It may be grim, but it's our only chance. Now sign the proposal.
sign it. I can't sign that.
I mean,
Yes, you can.
that's about Andy, right? Like, are you using this as proof for Rachel? Because I feel like this is not anything for Rachel.
I'm speaking to you.
In terms of Andy being anti, so this is you like connecting Andy to being anti-community, right? But like, this is still not pro-community for Rachel, though.
What? Are you crazy?
And also, it's like at the end of the day, I don't think community is the main theme. Like, the main theme is being underestimated, and Rachel's not underestimated.
Space. Exactly as I've designed it.
Like, for me, like I mentioned this in my mid-season power ranking. I think people are overestimating how much community is the main theme this season, when I think the real main theme is being underestimated.
You don't have to threaten.
And that's why I think like Sue, Caroline, and Andy were top contenders, because they're all people that are blatantly being underestimated on the show.
Look on the bright side.
Where again, Rachel's the one underestimating,
Here on out, you get to do what you've always been good at.
and also now is not underestimated is the other thing. Like, it's like kind of on both ends. She's bad.
God forgive me.
It's kind of a boring theme. I mean, they typically are. Like, they're definitely like not particularly complex, because they can only work with what they're given. It's not like, again, this isn't a real story,
executive
and it's not like they're like, because like at the end of the day, like, community is only a theme simply because Jeff mentioned it, and that's led to like some confessionals about it. Like, it's essentially a theme that's like forced into the season because of Jeff mentioning it at the beginning of the season.
This doesn't.
Where like being underestimated feels like a theme that is actually naturally ingrained into the season. It is one that's actually based around how the season is being played out and is constantly being mentioned over and over again.
Everything you just learned? To whine like a spoiled child?
I feel like that is Sue's role
Try talking that
in this
way,
season at this
sister.
point. I think she's supposed to be this inspiration for older women.
Do you really have no idea how much...
How would I feel if Gabe wins the season? I think it would be interesting. I guess it's not happening, but I think it would be interesting.
So, you have a face.
Um,
Got a name to go with it?
Because yeah, I think it will make the season worse, to be honest. I think it makes the season just feel like a mess. Because it just feels like the complete antithesis to what the season feels like it's about. But it would be an interesting result, though.
Destroyed their civilization, but I could never confirm it. And in minutes, you uncover more ancient knowledge than I have in a lifetime. And what you want to know...
It's for sure Magas, maybe. I mean yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm sure Sue was happy yesterday. Thank God.
That's my name. Now, why don't you try asking another question? Something less trivial.
What do you think of Sam narrating the money search? I felt like it was kind of cringy, to be honest. Like, it felt very much like him doing a Rick Devens impersonation. What I don't get is, like, so is he literally doing that? Like, is this Big Brother, like, of, like, him doing it after the fact, but then pretending like he's doing it during? Or is he actually doing it during? Because if that's the case, then, like, why? Like, why are you doing it during?
How hard it's been.
Yeah, Florida does suck.
My whole life,
That's pretty
growing up
undeniable.
where I am or where I came from. Then come the eclipse, trying to kill me just because I look
Because, like, if he's
someone
doing it during, then it's like, yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Like, wasting your time talking in confessional at a point where you should be searching. But also, like, the fact that he's doing it after is also weird, because, like, why are you talking about it in the present tense after?
You just don't understand.
It's not that I don't understand, Aloy. It's that I don't...
And again, the thing about Caroline's episode 1 is that she only has one confessional, and it's talking about how it's a boys' club at Tuku and whatever. It's like essentially like her talking, like setting up the fact that she's probably going to be targeting the men, which does happen the following episode. But you do get the content early on from Sue, with her bonding with Sue, and Sue talks positively about her.
But what is that connection? She couldn't have
I
been
don't think they were bad, but they weren't good.
We don't know the connection yet. The only way to find out is to
Like, they weren't to the point where, like, I would, like, completely knock her out of contention, but I would not say that she's, like, a top contender after them.
threaten to end life on Earth.
Tenbaum posted something on his story last night that anyone who votes for Trump is an awful person. I wonder if we can get less Republicans on cast now. I don't know.
Did Elizabeth do?
Because, like,
How did she stop the robots before?
I think it's an interesting spot, right?
What was Project Zero Dawn?
Like, if he does, then, like, he's not doing his job properly.
Go get the answer.
But obviously, if you feel so personally, like, affected by it, then obviously that might play into some biases.
You're insufferable, you know that? Let's get on with this. Elizabeth told Ted Faro she was headed
Winter
for
season will be
Mexico
underestimated by
US
Edgic? I don't
Open
think so.
to tell people about Zero Dawn.
The place still exists.
I don't think they think about it that much.
The Asaram call it the Grave Horde.
I don't think they intentionally care. Like, one, I don't think they care about Edgic, I think is the main thing.
The tangled coils of a metal devil or a BOR-7 Horus, rather.
Like, I don't think they care about,
I'll contact
like,
you
tricking the people that are analyzing the edit. I think they care about tricking the casuals.
And your man
Um,
improved.
But I don't think they're going to, like, edit something. Like, I don't think, like, again, I don't think they'll be editing Gabe in this way and then proceeding to give Gabe the win. Thoughts on the Nerys Laurel beef? I'll be honest, I haven't really been following it. Like, I know that, like, Horacio unfollowed her and, like, all that stuff, but I don't, like, fully know what it's all about. I feel like after Kenzie last season, we didn't get such an under edit for Caroline. I feel like that's actually, like, a pro for Caroline to me. Because I feel like they wouldn't want to do the same thing twice. And also, it's like, Kenzie and Caroline are, like, complete opposite positions in the game. Like, Caroline's in an overdog position. Like, Kenzie was the underdog. And I feel like that's a much more compelling, like, story to tell. And straight up, I think, like, probably also Kenzie's, like, better TV than Caroline. So, like, when Caroline is essentially, like, really safe in the game, has a locked-in three-person alliance that's probably going to run the show, in a very, like, stale way, it's like, I get why they would under-edit her. Because I feel like she's the type of person that they don't like. Like, she's essentially, like, a Sophie Clark. Who, again, they also, like, again, didn't give that much love to in the edit. I think Kenzie's a very good confessionalist. I think Kenzie has some, like, really biting remarks. Well, also she, like, very much, like, obviously is, like, playing into the Yanu storyline. I'm gonna try and not use fast travel in this playthrough. Just because I know that, like, the game, supposedly crashes a lot when you fast travel. Change out Tuku Final 3? I would say possible. Like, really, I think the most possible Final 3 is Caroline, Sue, Gabe. Like Gabe loses the bitter jury? I wouldn't say bitter jury. I think he probably loses because people want to reward a more, like, social game.
If they set it off.
And I do think Gabe is someone that clearly doesn't seem to be, like, connecting much with the people outside of his group. I don't know about zero vote finalists. I think I could see him being, like, a Charlie. In that it's like a 5-3 vote or something. Or like an Austin. To be fair, maybe Austin's a more apt comparison, edit-wise. But, like, yeah, I think that is actually more likely to me. Like, I think it's tough for someone like Gabe to get to the end and lose, like, with 0 votes. Like, I just don't think that happens in Modern Survivor. That someone plays this, like, overly aggressive strategic game and gets 0 votes at the end. But I think he won't get enough votes to win. Either way. Or like I think even if Russell, like if Russell and Heroes Villains played now, I think he would still get a couple votes. Like I don't think Russell gets shut out at the end in most seasons that he plays in the modern like game of Survivor. Unless it's a situation where they're like, oh, okay, well, Russell won't have enough votes anyway, so I might as well vote for my like second choice. Like that could happen. But I think if like everyone's voting on like their number one choice, I think Russell at least gets a vote or two. In Modern Survivor. I think you have Morbid Panda for resale. 11 months? Has it really been 11 months? Basically ranking every Big Brother player. Well, thank God. You're actually going through like season by season. I feel like that's kind of... Well, I guess technically I kind of did initially. Like I ranked everybody within their seasons first and then like compared all the lists together. Is how I like built the initial like structure for it. Where did this new generation of players will never get to know about Brett Rogemont? I mean, I saw a lot of Brett yesterday posting about the election. And he's still around, right? Actually, did he do 26 coverage? I know he did 25 and 24 coverage for Fair Play's podcast. But I don't know if he did 26. Laura Crosby's better than 4 winners so far. Yeah, that's a bit of a reach. I think Laura Crosby's probably like a pretty understated player, but yeah, I wouldn't say she's like better than any winner. Do any of these make sense? What is this? Theme analysis, episode 7. Build a community. Don't forget to play the game. Forge your own path. I feel like don't forget to play the game is like every season, isn't it? Forge your own path. I mean, I don't think that is. I think that's putting too much emphasis on. And I think that's the thing too. And like, I'm victim of this too in the mid-season power ranking. Of like putting too much emphasis into like random things people say in confessionals, and like thinking it's gonna like matter long term when like again sometimes they just pick it because it sounds good. But like I think Forge Your Own Path, I don't think that's anything. Get people to vote for you to win $1 million. What a great theme that is. Being underestimated, obviously. The merge is when the big dogs come out. I think that's like every season. Like, was that even said more than once? Than what people do versus what they say. I'm trying to think, like, what would that be relevant to? I feel like that is like a type of theme that they would utilize, but I don't know what that would necessarily relate to in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, that's what I think. I don't think Wolf in Wolf's Clothing means anything. I think that's one of the things. I think like also like Sam being the glue guy. I don't think the glue guy thing probably means anything at this point. What were some other things I was like hung up earlier on? But like still, I think there's like a lot of these like lines that probably put too much precedent on.
This is picking up some kind of signal.
Oh yeah, I forgot there was the challenge. So, how should we handle the challenge 40 spoilers? It's not even like actually like it's not a proper spoiler. Well, actually no, it is obviously, but like technically, I think I could talk about it without mentioning the people. But it is technically a spoiler anyway. But I'll probably talk about it eventually. I just don't know if anyone here is like cares about challenge 40 spoilers.
Need to find a way to climb it.
Unvaried placement doesn't matter if you play poorly. Yeah, I'm interested in doing a deep dive into BB6. So I'm going to do the BB6 retrospective eventually. When I do that, I do end up doing a deep dive into the feeds. So like I am pretty like uninformed feed-wise for BB6. Especially in terms of, like, gameplay. I feel like I actually, like, know a decent amount, like, about, like, I don't know, like, other stuff. Like, things like the friendship, like, comments the friendship we're making and that sort of thing. But, like, in terms of, like, gameplay, though, I actually don't, like, know the ins and outs, of things. So I'm interested in seeing that. To where, yeah, I assume my opinion of Maggie will probably go down. I don't know. Yeah, why the fuck did I jump off that? Kenzie was way more obvious than D. By the halfway point in the season, I should say. Like, D was, like, a top contender the entire time. Kenzie was someone that was, like, on and off early on, then, like, really, really peaks. Like, by the time the merge, it was just, like, okay, it's only Kenzie. But yeah, Maggie, I think that's, like, obviously the big criticism of her game is that she treats the Sovereigns terribly. And that none of them wanted to vote for her. Like, even, like, Rachel and Howie who do vote for her, only vote for her because she's against Yvette. Yeah, Hamster Watch and also Jokers has a lot of updates still available, too.
Now that I've returned, maybe I should try to find War Chief Sona.
Oh, should I do that mission? No, game? Thank you. Which one am I closer to? Wait, where even is the other? Whatever, I'll just do this one. Another mother. Is this Devin? Well, Devin's fine. I like Devin. I don't think she's a good challenge competitor in the grand scheme of things, but I like her, though. I think she's better TV than Avery. So again, I like Avery. I just think she's boring TV.
He's turning back.
Yeah, I think Maggie is someone that I don't know how intentional Maggie's game is the thing. Where I don't think Maggie's the type of that can repeat her game. Like, I think if she comes back, she's probably just an early boot. Like, on almost every other, like, season she plays. So, like, I've never been, like, particularly high on Maggie as a player in the grand scheme of things. But I still feel like the fact that she does play, like, again, a game where she does, like, wrangle in, like, half the house is still better than, like, most Big Brother players. Do I miss Brent on RGP? I do, to be honest. I think the Brent-Taryn dynamic was, like, one of the, like, highlights of the Big Brother podcasting. And obviously now that's gone. I don't know, like, Brent's not the type of person that I would want to listen to on his own. Like, I would not, like, if Brent was the host of his podcast, as he was, like, I wouldn't want to listen to that. I feel like he works really well as, like, like, obviously, because, like, with the, like, Brent is the more, like, emotional, like, side of, like, very much rooting for people that he wants to see win, where, like, obviously you got Taryn, who's, like, this more analytical player, like, I don't know, whatever, commentator, to where I feel like, seeing the two, like, disagree on things was, like, was really interesting, but yeah, without him there, I don't feel like there is really that for Taryn on RHP anymore. Especially this person that's, like, willing to fight back on him. Where, like, I feel like you have, like, Mari, who is someone that, like, thinks very, like, emotionally about the game, I feel like. But, like, even then, like, she just, like, backs down whenever, like, Taryn says something most of the time. So it's, like, I don't think there is this person that, like, fights back against Taryn. I've been watching Survivor Michigan. It's been good. I think considering it's like a COVID season, I think it's been better than I was expecting coming into it. There are still like a lot of people on the cast that I don't know who the fuck these people are, but I think it's been a good season though so far. Who's winning? I have no fucking clue. I know who's like, or at least I feel pretty good about who's not winning in terms of certain people, but I don't know who's like actually winning. Like maybe Luciana, I think would probably be the person I would put the most faith in. But also, I think it's like a kind of similar thing to like Jack on Survivor Maryland. Where like, because I believe Luciana is someone that is still involved with Survivor Michigan. Because I feel like I knew who she was before the season started. Because I know she had done other Survivor Michigan. Like, I believe she was like in the Survivor Michigan like online game that they did. And, like I like at least like, had heard of her. So like I know she must do well. And like is involved in the show. In like production after the fact. So it's like it's probably a good sign for her about like, and obviously it's not necessarily like a win guarantee, because like Jack was one of those people in Survivor Maryland. She like later hosted the show, but she like got what, like 8th place or something. But like she had like a very good edit early on, where like I was like high on her initially. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, Brent is like jacked now. So like he does look like really different from how he was on RGP. Who's the I think the one guy I would say is a contender is the Rohan? Rohan, is that his name? I already forgot his name. I believe he has like the most confessionals of the season. But that guy. I feel like someone like Brian C is someone that's like probably a bit too out there. I think probably it's like probably gonna be looked at as a threat. I doubt he would make it towards the end. And that's the thing with like Survivor Michigan. It's like I don't think you could properly edit it, like analyze it edgic wise, especially this early on. I think through it you can like analyze people that aren't going to win, but I think it's very tough to say like, oh, this person's like definitely going to win based on the edit, just because I feel like the edit's not as intentional with like something like Survivor Michigan. With I should clarify, modern Survivor Michigan. And even then, like, even with, like, Michigan All-Stars, we were, like, the edit was definitely, obviously, very intentional. Even then, it wasn't, like, intentional in the way that, like, they were leading up to the winner. Watched the first 2 episodes of Devil's Plan and switched Physical 100 too. I thought it was good, yeah. I like Physical 100 this season. I thought it was better than Season 1 in almost every way. They're like Casey more than Avery? No. Or like Casey's boring and also like not that likable. Like Avery is at least likable. She's not that interesting at TV, but she's at least likable. New Survivor Curse. What was this? Oh yeah, I saw this. Which I guess. So the watch out for Survivor 49. Actually, are they gonna do it in 49 or 50? The auction. You would think they would do it in 50, right? Unless they feel like they have like so much to do in 50 that they do it. Actually, have they done it? Have they not done an auction in an All-Star season? I've never thought about that until now. They haven't, had they? That's so strange. Yeah, wow. These All-Stars doesn't have one, then here's Villains doesn't have one, and it's already gone by time of Second Chance. I never thought about that. That's so weird. They're not going to do it. They've said that they're not going to do it in both. Like Jeff literally said, like after 45, that yeah, we'll bring it back, but we're not going to do it like multiple times in a cycle because it takes too much work to do it or whatever. Yeah, but I'm talking about like full blown All-Star season though. Like I was thinking like, oh, they got to do it in 50 because it's like it's an All-Star season, but then I realized like, oh wait, they haven't done it in any All-Star season technically. Oh, perfect. Do you remember the Sequester show Final Twos? I think I probably do. Well, season 1, it was Nick versus... I don't remember who Nick was up against. And to be fair, I don't remember how season 1 plays out well enough. I think I feel like I would vote Nick, but I feel like, did Nick need to win out at points? I know he definitely need to win some challenges, but I feel like he got unlucky to be in that spot where he need to win challenges.
I haven't seen one of these since I was a little kid. There must be some kind of code.
But yeah, I just don't remember season 1 well enough. I don't even think is season 1 even online anymore. I don't think it is it? Or at least maybe it's like unlisted. Yeah, season 2 I'd vote Cam over Kimatina. Maybe. I don't know. Cam's endgame's like really bad, his last couple rounds. I think the rest of his game's better than Kimatina's. But his last couple rounds are pretty bad, so I don't know. I think that one's a little up in the air, but I think Cam played a better game throughout more of the game, at least.
Wires must run to the power source.
Then who was the finalist of season 3? It was Hunter and it was that Jessica, right? I forgot she existed. I think I would vote Hunter, I think. That one's kind of close. I think they're kind of on a similar level.
That's two.
Then season 4 was what? Billy versus Spencer, right? Which that's an easy Billy vote. Yeah, we talked about Nick Brown earlier. Avery or Ryan? Like more Avery. I think Ryan's better TV than Avery, though. Probably not. I would never say never, but I'm not like dying to do it at this point. I think if this was like 2020, I would have been a lot more likely to do it. But like now that like Sequester's just like kind of gone, and also it's like there's even like controversy attached to it. It's like I don't know, I'm not dying to do it. I literally did not pay attention. Oh, cool. Fuck that up.
Hey, y'all wanted to know how I remember the geotherm system reboot?
What was it?
Bird flies north in summer, east in spring, west in fall, and south in winter. Didn't expect to hear nature poetry from the lips of Mike the GT Tech.
Didn't Billy play Insane Game? I mean, in terms of what? Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I did the opposite of what I'm supposed to do here. There we go. I think she played well. Not flawless, but definitely played well. Definitely the best Sequester proper winner. Cool. Climb the ladder. Thank you. Hunter and Jessica play very similar games, but they have radically different personalities. Yeah. Well, yeah, Hunter's like a bit more like willing to get in confrontations, that sort of thing. Like Jessica's just like so under radar. But I think like Jessica's a lot more likable though than Hunter.
Tools being used and voices. More clips. Must be another way in.
But I do think it's his like really like loud like personality that allowed him to like be looked at as a better player.
See someone up there?
Or like realistically, yeah, I think their games are like pretty similar. One thing about Zach was this. Zach calls out Kenny for flaking on his podcast. Kenny Scamucci, or whatever the fuck his last name is. You would think the two would get along, wouldn't you? They're like 47 more than 46. Probably. I think up to this point. Well, too fair. I guess the Tevin boot was this round, right? Wait, no, this is final 11. Well, I guess it's weird because like obviously we have one more person. I guess that kind of like messes with the numbers of everything. But this would technically be the Tevin boot episode. Which like I think that episode is better than any episode of 47. But I do think 47 as a whole has been more consistent. Like obviously the pre-merge of 46 was bad. Where I think this season's pre-merge was like pretty good. Hey, I just think this season's more consistent. Where like I would have it higher on a season ranking as of right now. What is his last? It's like Santucci, isn't it? That's what his last name is, right?
You will perish.
I would like to see Josh from. Yeah, Josh was fun actually. Where like I believe he was like one of these people that like no one knew coming this season. Where like a lot of the people on that season were like people that were like on Sylvester Minis and that sort of thing. Like he was one of the people that like no one knew about, and he was actually he was pretty good casting actually. Like he kind of feels like Kevin Jacobs light. So like I think if he was on Big Brother, I think he would play like Kevin Jacobs. Or at least try to. I think it like again, like technically like once he was on the bottom, he kind of like, okay, what the fuck? Yeah, kill me or not? Oh, he was like a lot more explosive than someone like Kevin Jacobs, but I think still tries to play that kind of like mastermindy sort of game. There we go. Features a bottom 3 to 5 season. Well, that's a shame. There we go. No idea who's winning the show. Yeah, again, I just think like everyone like there's no one that has a good edit. So it's like I think that's what's making it tough is that like even like again amongst like recent seasons, I don't think anybody has an edit like of the quality of like even D, who again wasn't even like a clear front runner by this point. But even like looking at like 43, where like even with 43, obviously like I was wrong, but even in 43, like I thought like again clearly like Cody or Sammy were people that were like being set up for a win at this current point in the season. But like even that then, like I don't even have like people with edits like on that level on this season. Like I just feel like the season's like one where like no one has this like good edit. So it's like yeah, it is making it a bit difficult to like parse out who would end up winning. Yeah, I do have Caroline 1 though. Watch Casting Celebrity Survivor. Strip, I have no memory who's on that list.
Can't carry more.
I wonder who they would be able to get for like if they were to do a proper Celebrity Survivor season. Like who could they get at this point? Like obviously the issue would be like liabilities and that sort of thing, right? Now, obviously, it would have to be a shorter season. It's not obviously, but like you would assume it would have to be. Bear Grylls. Could they get Bear Grylls? I mean, Bananas, obviously, they could get, right? I had Lolo on the cast. I don't know. Could they get Lolo nowadays? Would Lolo pass, like... Would Lolo pass, the psych test to get on? Not even sure. Well, yeah, John Lovett, obviously. Could John Lovett convince Obama? Could they bring in Peter Baggins those? And like pretend he's Obama? And, like just have him there as a celebrity? There's not even a decoy winner, yeah. I mean, again, I think it's just like a season filled with like very flawed edits. Okay, cool. Oh, it's the other side? God damn it. Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, Jimmy Fallon's one of those that, like, I think would be a dream get. And to be fair, I think he would probably say yes if he could, but I just don't think he could, right? Where, like, I think there's, like, the contractual things where obviously, like, he's on NBC, right? So, like, through that, I don't think they would allow him to be on a CBS show. And it also is, like, again, like, would he be allowed to leave for that long? So, like, those are, like, the issues there, Jimmy Fallon. So, like, I think he would want to do it, but it's just, like, I think it's very improbable that he's allowed to. Julie Chen's, like, reasonable, right? Which you shouldn't say yes, though, is the thing. But, like, obviously, like, she would be allowed to. Okay, dude. Some of the fights in this game are pretty, like, ridiculous. It's just how much shit they throw at you. Jerry O'Connell would definitely do it, right? Okay, cool. $44 in the bottom 5 is crazy. Is it? Where did I have it? Did I have it bottom 5? I think it's around there for me. Like, 44 just sucks. It's like such a soulless season that, like, largely is like the only like level of intrigue there is from the fact that like Jandrum and Carolyn are like really interesting characters. It's like everything else just sucks about 44. Like the game format sucks because they're just throwing in like twist after twist after twist in the pre-merge. Like really the season up until the Brandon boot is pretty bad. Like even after Brandon boot, it's not like it gets like that good. It's just like fine at that point. Like season like last. I saw stream buffering for a second. It seems like it's fine now. Anyway, Omarosa. I think they can get Omarosa for sure. I think Omarosa does pretty much any show that you give her enough money for. Yeah, I talked about at the beginning of the stream. I think that is like the only like big flaw of this episode. Where I think everything else about this episode for Caroline was very good. But I do think the fact that like we got this setup to her wanting to target Rachel and that doesn't happen is bad. But also it's like no one gets their way, and like also it's like I think that is like clear setup for like down the road. Where like the only person that gets their way in this episode is Saul, which is like, man, Saul's not winning. Yeah, and Gabe, which is like the two people that are not winning. I think Gabe like initially wanted Sierra, but then said he didn't care by the end, right? Isn't that how it played out? I mean, Arissa's someone that, like, yeah, I think they could get Arissa. The question is, would they consider her a celebrity enough, like, enough from a U.S. perspective? Because, like, I don't think anyone in the U.S., like, or, like, any casual from the U.S. would know who the fuck Arissa Cox is. I think it would be the qualm of having her on Celebrity Survivor. But, like really, it's like I think I mentioned this before that like again Jeff Probst mentioned there was a celebrity in the running for 39 or for 49. It's like I would not be that shocked if it's like Arissa Cox. And she's not doing BB Can anymore. She has the time off there. Again, we know she's a Survivor fan at least. Like I don't know, I think it's reasonable. We did Saul's name tag said Solomon. Yeah, I did notice that too. Which also Jeff called him Solomon too. Which like, obviously I think it makes it seem like he didn't tell them he was gonna go by Saul, or is they, or like if he did, they didn't think it would be like in this like very official manner. Draft based on which celebrity we think it is. Wait, what is that? Oh, 49? Well, we're gonna do an entire draft for 49. I don't know if we can guess the celebrity. The Caroline, see Rachel put the... I noticed that in the show, right? But also, was that the idol or was that the shot in the dark die? Because I did initially think it was the idol, but then when she played the shot in the dark, then like, I don't know, was that the shot in the dark die instead? Video always cracks you up. What is this? Who even are these people? Oh, Nyan. What season is this? Or is this, oh, this is Real World Portland, isn't it? Oh, that's Anastasia, isn't it? That's who that one person is. Um, yeah, I forgot about Nyan, like, enters the show late, right, on that season? Yeah, I know, like, Nia gets into a lot of fights, right? Like, I know I've seen the clip of, like, her fighting with, Avery. I don't even know who the fuck Daisy is. Was it good? It was... I would say it's good. Like, I wouldn't say it's, like, best of all time or anything, but yeah, it was good. I think probably one of the better episodes of the season. Interact? Thank you. When she finds the clue, Rachel's voiceover was... I put the clue in my bra. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to the exact phrasing she used, but... Yeah, maybe she doesn't remember herself. Daisy was Avery's dog. Cool. What a star. If I ever watch every Real World season, I would. When will I do that? Who the fuck knows? But maybe someday. What happened? I mean, you want me to spoil you on the episode?
Were you not listening? Robots can't do the fighting for you this time. When it comes to hacking, this rogue
Sierra went home. 441 vote. Actually, we like kind of surprising they went for Sierra over Sam, right? Or like, obviously there were people lobbying like either direction, but you would think that like the majority of people would still target Sam over Sierra. Which, to be fair, like I think the fact that they target Sierra, like I think that is more of a sign that they would vote for someone like Caroline over Gabe at the end, right? That they did look at someone like Sierra as a bigger threat, like long term than Sam. So through that, I could see a world where, like, if it's like Caroline Gabe at the end, that they're like, oh, like Caroline played the better game. Sam couldn't vote, but what does that matter? He can only vote, not vote this one tribal. Like, he can vote next time, so like, that doesn't matter. Yeah, there was talk from Gabe, right, about keeping around as a meat shield. But still, it's like, that doesn't benefit everybody, though. It only benefits people like people like Gabe. So, like, I'm still surprised that, like, just everybody was on board for that. Or not, again, not technically everybody, but, like, enough people to keep that vote through.
Then I'll be off.
Yeah, I think it benefits Gabe. It probably benefits, like, Genevieve.
Orbital launch base.
But it doesn't really benefit, like, Sue. Doesn't benefit, like, Caroline.
Glad to be rid of that place.
But I guess also it depends on, like, if Sam can win at the end. It's also a thing. Is Sue had a bad episode again.
And the bad?
Oh, I forgot about the Yakuza show. I didn't watch it. Feels like the season is just the prologue to the main story. That's strange. But yeah, Haruka's not in it, right? So yeah, that's yeah, it just feels like a weird show. Yeah, Genevieve's still in the Ricard spot. I don't think anything changed from that. I think she's clearly being set up as like a big player, but one that is like such a big threat. They'll be taken out eventually.
Too many focuses in one place, each of them communicating with each other and back.
Like, I don't know necessarily Final 5 exactly, but I would say like Final 5, Final 6. Like I would say like late endgame, endgame threat. That doesn't make it to fire making. I would be pretty surprised if she does. Yeah, I like the mention of a poutine. That was something. Is Andy winning? No, I don't think so. At least.
Audacious. Yes.
Went to Wingstop on Monday and was disappointed. Oh no.
Point the way.
It's not that simple.
Again, I like
I
it,
need some time to
but
work out the
also,
details.
So what
uh,
am I supposed to do? Wait around?
I'm sure you
it
have
isn't
other
like
matters
the
to
best
attend
food in the world, right?
to. I'll be in
There's
touch.
definitely like better
Point.
food out there, but I do like it
Silence.
though.
Other matters to attend to.
Edge community.
Houston needs
I
help.
mean, like we know how the
Far
Edge
from the
community
land.
thought. Like you literally just look it up. I mean, they were very pro Mick. No one thought Natalie was. Well, I should say nobody, but not many people thought Natalie was going to win. But like, people didn't think Russell was going to win
Where
for
do
a
we
lot of
continue
it.
from here? Oh, this should be quite the ride.
Where's it? Oh, here. Pfft. How to rank the Canadians? Like what Canadian? Like Canadian Survivor players? How many are there? There's what? Tom. There is Shan. Yeah, there's no fucking way I'm gonna actually remember all of them. Like top of my
So
mind.
much work to get back up there. Maybe I should try to find War Chief Sona.
Erica.
Killers from the proving.
Then Marianne, Omer. Either way, all right. If I'm obviously Tom is towards the bottom. Erica. Wait, is Shan Canadian or am I thinking of Drea? Drea is Canadian, isn't she? Is Shan also? Wait, where's Shan from? No, Shan's from DC. Drea is Canadian. Oh no, she is from originally from Ontario. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Shan obviously better than Tom. Erica better than Shan and Tom. Marianne better than Shan, below Erica. Omer better than Marianne, below Erica. I think I do have that right. I believe I have Erica above Omer. That's the full list. Drea, I would say. Okay, well, I guess dude, I could just like properly rank them. Then Genevieve's the only one from this season, right? Um, yeah, I think so. Erica won. I think Omer 2. Yeah, Omer 2. Streams buffering. Cool. Uh, Marianne 3. Shan 4. Right now, Genevieve 5, probably. But again, like, we'll see how all that plays out. Then probably Drea. Then Kane or Caleb? Who's better? So like bottom is like Tom is the worst, and then Venus. But then like the middle, I think is like Kane or Caleb. I'm not sure. I probably lean. I think the thing is like I think Caleb is the better player if he were to play more times, but I think Kane played the better game on his season. So I think I would say Caleb, but I don't know. It's like kind of close. It's just from Canada. She's from she's from Hong Kong / Toronto, so I guess technically. Well, I mean then she's the worst then. Swathi is Swathi? I mean, like again, Jess is Canadian in the way that like Shan is Canadian, and the fact that like their hometowns are in Canada. I don't know if like, but they don't like live there anymore. So it's like, hey, I don't know if she's still a Canadian citizen or anything. but they were Canadian at a point. Is that the only? No, I have multiple quests. Secrets, apologies, they were done on hold. What do you have to do to unlock this? I actually don't remember. Is it this? I think it's this mission, right? Oh, wrong thing. Is there anyone on the cast that can be a better winner and player than D? I mean, like, theoretically, Gabe, if he wins, which he's not going to. But, like, I think Caroline, we'll have to see how the game... Like, because, again, I think Caroline is in the best spot practically right now. I think it probably would take some, like, retrospection, like, some retrospection on her game to, like, really see how much, like, influence she had at points. But, like, sort of, like, if she plays, like, a flawless game, like, without any, like, major gripes like D does at the Final 5, like, theoretically, she could be higher. But, like, I'm not, like, banking on that. But, like, I think those are the main two. Like, maybe Genevieve. I think is the other, like, potential contender. I think everyone else is probably a no. So I think those are the three that, like, have any chance. Even though it's, again, still slim. Like, I think everyone else is definitely a no at this point. Like, Andy would be worse. Sam would be worse. Rachel would be worse. Saul would be worse. Teeny would be worse. And the reality is, like, Teeny's playing a pretty mediocre game at this point, right? Like, she's good, like, socially and stuff. It's like, in terms of, like, actually, like, maneuvering through the game, like, they're pretty mediocre. Like, they don't, like, they've literally, like, never gotten their way, have they? I guess, like, again, Rome, I guess. But, like, literally every other vote. Again, wanted Asia to stay. Asia ends up going. Blindsided the Kashan vote. And then now wants Sam to go, but Sierra goes instead. Yeah, I think Teeny, like, clearly, like, doesn't have much influence in the game.
I hope you've come to help, because we're getting slaughtered out here.
Like, I think position-wise, like, she's still fine. Like, no one's targeting them, so I mean, that's something. At least that we're being shown. Okay, perfect. But yeah, it's definitely not like, yeah, I think if, like, they were to win at this current point, like, they'd definitely be pretty low on the winner ranking. But who else is there? Sue, I think, would be worse than D, no matter what, probably. Like, I think if Sue wins, she's probably second command, like, winner. Because I just think we've seen, like, like, Sue have pretty much no influence in the game. Like, she just feels like a lackey to Gabe at this point. And then Kyle obviously be worse. I think that's everybody, right? Yeah, so I think it's like, yeah, Caroline, theoretically, if she, like, really pops towards the end, but I don't see it really happening. Gabe, if he's, like, able to, like, really get his way for the rest of the game. And then Genevieve, pretty much same thing. What are these names? What is this? You mean, like, who are these people? This is, Joe and Ian? Was that their names? It was something like that, right? It was the gay couple from like 2 seasons ago, right? On Amazing Race. The ones that were always like fighting or whatever. Yeah, that's their names. Yeah, I knew Ian for sure. I was like, what was the other one? Hope Kyle goes on a big comp run. I could see it. I mean, the fact that we even like got the time to hear him like talk about how like him winning challenges like making him a threat. It's like, well, that's probably going to be like a lot of his story. But then again, I guess we already got talk about like in the next time on about like targeting Kyle, which obviously that could come before the immunity challenge, but I don't know. Obviously, if it ends up like it also could theoretically be after, which I mean he doesn't win, but. Really goes to show how good Dee's game is. I mean, Dee's game is like very like she is a truly elite winner until the final five, and final five is just astronomically bad. To her, like if it wasn't for a final five, like she would be like what like top 6, top 7 on the winner ranking. Watching through Amazing Race 27 right now, and just Diana versus the Jocks rivalry is really interesting. Who were the Jocks? I don't even remember who the Jocks were. Hope she becomes a champ. Who is this? Naya? It's probably never happening. But I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I feel like Naya's the type of person that just can't win a final. What am I looking for?
Nora managed to take down a corruptor.
Again, I like Naya, but she's never going to win a season. Again, if she can't win the final of All Stars 3, or even like come close to winning the final of All Stars 3, I don't think she's winning a fucking challenge proper season.
Brave, let us speak.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like with D, it's like that one round of gameplay alone is like it knocks her down like an entire sub tier essentially.
Just me. You're hurt.
Because it's a spot where like she like really lucks out in even surviving that round. Where had like just Katura and Jake like gotten on the same page, like she's gone. Like in terms of like people's like intentions, like she's gone in that round. Like the only reason she gets saved is because like Jake and Katura like had a bit of a rocky relationship, and also Jake wanted to like not tell her about the idol because also if Katura knew about the idol, she would also go along with the plan. But he didn't want to do that because like he wanted a big move for his resume. And then you had like Austin who like went up to her and said, "Hey, we should vote out Julie." At the last second, that's what flipped Katura. Which even that's like against these like wishes. Like D didn't want Julie to go. Like D voting the way she does just puts her in danger in a spot where she's able to be sniped out of the game. It's like it is really bad.
I'm picking up another signal.
Do I think Genevieve can place higher than Justine Carson? Again, theoretically. Like I think her game is not that like again, it's probably on the same level with someone like Jessie and Carson at this current point. She'd obviously have to like run the game following this, but she could theoretically. I think the one actually, let's take a look at this. I think if I were to guess, like in terms of the game they played on this season, I would say Carson is better.
I'll have to find another way onto its back.
And to Jessie's probably better. Yeah, I would actually say she's probably third of those if we're talking about game itself, just because like Rome. Wait, no, actually no. How'd that play out? Wait, no, Rome didn't believe them, right? Yeah, okay. I guess that's a little bit closer. I'm thinking like back to episode 5, where like Genevieve
Sona's runner told me about.
tried to target Saul, and then Rome told Saul. That's what the situation. Yeah, Rome told Saul, and then Saul didn't believe um, Rome. But also, still, it's like a sloppy play still
So where did she go next?
to allow that situation to even happen. But
They must have taken a moment to rest.
still not like a major
Couldn't have been
gripe.
easy, going on after the ambush.
What do you think was happening at Tribal? I'm trying to remember actually. Yeah, what did she think was happening? Because like so what was it? Julie voted for Jake. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how the votes played out. So Julie voted for Jake. She voted Katura, right? Austin and Katura vote Julie. Jake votes D. That's what happens, right? I believe she thought everyone was voting Julie, right? I think she thought. Okay, well, let's see. So I think in her world, she thinks. Wait, no, she thinks everyone's voting Jake, right? No, wait, okay, actually, this is so confusing. Because, like, okay, wait, so she knew Julie was voting Jake. I think she thought Katura was voting Jake, didn't she? Oh, yeah, but then Jake's idol. Yeah, I forgot about that, too. But I know at that point, like, she initially thought. Yeah, so where did she think Julie, or not Julie, Katura was voting then? She must have. I guess who the fuck knows, really? But like, you would think that she would assume that she's voting Julie, right? He's like, Julie's the only other option. um, she thought Jake was starting Julie. Yeah, I know she thinks that Austin and Jake were voting Julie, and she knows that Julie's voting Jake. But I don't know what she actually thought Katura was doing at that point. Because I think at least initially, I think she thought that Katura was with Julie and voting Jake. But yeah, they knew about Jake's idol, though. So it's like, at that point, Katura, she had to be thinking Katura votes Julie, right? Because, like, if it's not Julie, then it's her. And, like, she definitely didn't think it was her. Wasn't Katura the one to tell them? I don't remember, actually. But, yeah, everyone knew. Julie didn't believe it, though. Which is why she still votes for Jake. Yeah, she didn't think her name was even out there. I do think 45 is legitimately good, though. It does have some, like, obviously the format is still shit, but, like, I still think it is a, like, actual good season, though. And I think it's one that probably will age well.
Dressings for wounds. Arrow shards. The runner wasn't the only one who got hurt.
I'm pretty sure Jake told Austin. Oh, is that what it was? Jake told Austin. Okay. Yeah, I do remember that happening. I was trying to remember, like, oh yeah, duh, because like obviously he didn't tell Katura because that's part of his plan, right? Is that he wanted to shock Katura. Yeah, I rewatched 45 not that long, like before my season ranking. It was still really good.
Tracks.
I mean, you would think that'd be so overpowered to have Horacio Laurel together.
Headed for that ridge.
Like, the only way they would put again, you would assume at least, like, putting them together is essentially, like, guaranteeing them the win, you would think. There's, like, it would have to be, like, intentionally that they want them to win, I think. Drew boot episode's one of your favorite? I feel like I like the Emily boot episode more than the Drew episode. What was the episode with the guy's night thing? What episode was that? I'm trying to think about it. That was final 8, right? Not final 7.
A dead sawtooth. Maybe Sona took it out. be close.
Because I still think that's probably one of my favorite segments in the history of the show. Tori Devon was too overpowered. Were they though? Kind of. Like I thought they definitely had the advantage coming into that season, but like I don't know if they were necessarily too overpowered. Because like Devon's not that good. Or if it was like Tori Jordan, that's too overpowered. Tori Devon is like, yeah, and it's a good team, but it's not like too overpowered, in my opinion. CT West was definitely overpowered. Yeah, Bruce. I think it was the Bruce Bow episode. Emily Drew finale is a great stretch. I agree. Very good endgame. Yeah, I think Final 7 on is good. The Final 10.
You're lucky I happened by.
Final 10 is good. Mergatory episode is good.
Half a heartbeat more and I would have killed it myself.
And really, the entire pre-merge is pretty good. Even though obviously you have like the Hannah quit, the Sean quit, which messes with things. But like in terms of the quality of episodes, I mean the first like 4 episodes are all pretty good, despite the results.
But he worries for you.
Our tribe needs strength.
Need Toya and Jordan on Rivals 4. Sure. Yeah, I watched Fallout. It was good.
Do you?
You have no idea.
I barely remember at this point though.
Lend me your strength. Follow.
Because I'm trying to think of like any I remember like the main character obviously. Then I remember the ghoul. And I know there were like there was the other guy that was like yeah, the other like guy character like anyway, I think a little bit's coming back to my mind now, but I enjoyed it when I was watching it though. I think that's the last show I've watched. I think. Like, last non-reality show. I'm gonna look this up, actually. Did I even rate it on IMDb? Because I think I stopped rating TV shows, just because, like, I'm never gonna, like, keep up with it anyway. I wanna see if I did, though. 45, the best premiere of the new era. Yeah. Maybe? I don't know. It's the best premiere of the new era. I think the fact that... Oh, I actually did rate on IMDb. It's actually literally the last thing I rated on IMDb. Thank God. But yeah, I think the fact that Hannah quits at the end is the kind of like one question mark of it all. But I think it might still be my favorite premiere. Yeah, I like Ella Purnell. She's also in Yellow Jackets. She was good in that. Best endgame in Survivor. Brains for Braun 45. Samuel Dosser. I think those are definitely up there. Like, what are we including as endgame? I think is the thing. Like, what? Like, the last, like, what? 3 episodes? Is that what we're, like, qualifying?
Hours ago, I sent braves into hiding in the trees below.
Yeah, 45 is definitely up there. Samuel Dosser. I think if that's our criteria, I don't know if Samuel Dosser actually is there. I think the like post-merge of Samuel Dosser is very good, specifically Jeremy Vote on. But I think the peak is really Jeremy Vote West Vote. I think we're just talking about like the last 3 episodes, which is what, like Alec Boot, John Boot, and finale. Like that's not the greatest episodes. Like Alec Boot's fine. But it's not like, again, it's not like Elite Survivor. John Mishvote is good. And then, like, finale, like, obviously you have the final 5 round, which is very good. But, like, the actual finale is, like, kind of bad outside that. Like, that's literally the only good thing about the finale. And obviously Natalie winning. But, like, in terms of, like, the actual, like, quality of the episode, it's kind of, like, it's kind of obvious Natalie's winning from very early on. So, like, I wouldn't personally have someone to serve if we're just talking about, yeah, like, final 7 on. I'll say Palau is probably up there, which we'll see if that holds. because I'll be watching it soon. I would say by the way, like by the time of next stream, I will more than likely be done with Palau. Like I haven't. It's been a slow process so far, but that's because like I've been trying to finish Double Exposure and make my Double Exposure video. From now on, like I think I'll pretty much be watching it during all my free time until it's done. Which I am going to be busy tomorrow, but I have nothing really going on Friday, so it's like I feel like I'll definitely finish it Friday. I think I'll probably finish it. Then I think I'll debate over if I should start the next show immediately or not. Because I do need to like get this challenge review caught up on. Which, like, also that process has been slow because of Double Exposure. But well, I'm up to episode 3 of the writing. And to be fair, either way, I would have to take a break from watching shows when editing anyway, but... Which probably makes me more inclined to just start the next show anyway, which I think would be Amazing Race 7, if I remember right. No, I'm not getting hit by a hurricane. It was going to, like potentially graze me in terms of like I think it said like 5% chance of tropical storm winds or something, but then it just like turned in the complete opposite direction. So yeah, I'm good from this one at least. Love, Death, and Robots. I should definitely watch that at some point. Did I not mention that? Because I know it was in my notes. Which, yeah, that video came out today. Which, yeah, sure, did not perform well, but it's fine. I was gonna make it anyway. I will say something I have noticed with membership, though. I do think these sort of videos don't perform that well once they come out, and I think it probably does have something to do with membership, but also like it doesn't matter because like I'll make more money from membership than it would like otherwise anyway. But like but yeah, I think these are like these sort of, and I think I noticed with the Genius video as well, that they like don't do that well on the days they come out anymore, because I think like most people that are like super excited to watch it like get the membership tier and watch it early anyway. So like there are videos that like have like decent views on the membership tier for what they are, like definitely like higher percentage wise than what you would think, considering like how many views it's probably going to end up with by the end. But it just like doesn't get that many views, or get as many views when it comes out. But again, it doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things, because like either way it's like it's still the same amount of views, just it's a matter of like how many views does it get like when it comes out. Do I think Hatch was on 40? They would have considered doing season Borneo? No, there's never ever consideration of doing it in Borneo. And also I don't know how much I believe that Hatch was even truly in contention. Because looking back on it, literally the only person that has like that's ever like mentioned the fact that Hatch was in contention is Hatch. Where like considering Hatch is like an unreliable narrator, it's like again, I don't know.
Could use my focus. See what it turns up.
Because I feel like I remember Jeff saying at a point, but I like looked it up and like Jeff never talks about Hatch. In terms of like that he was actually in the running.
I'd have to ditch something.
So it's like, yeah, I don't know if he actually ever was. I already have the episodes 2024. I don't think I care enough. I have like top episodes of reality TV ever. I don't know why I'm doing this on my list. But I don't think I care enough to do like individual years. Actually, I think I have top episode for every year. But again, I wouldn't do like a top 10 of 2024 or anything like that.
Commanders, over the past month, accidental.
Is there not going to be blacklisted from future seasons? No, but I don't think they're likely to come back anyway.
The precaution of placing our entire stockpile in a covered shelter, safe from stray sparks.
How much? Wait, how much does Christian get mentioned on Fire? I don't think he's got mentioned at all this season. He did get mentioned last season, I know.
Supply Master Thrawn, out.
By the way, Colby and Jerry got mentioned this on this episode, which that shocked me. And also, like, Jeff did a like Colby impression that like Charlie said was great when like it's pretty shit. Like it sounded nothing like Colby. It was just like a gruff voice. Yeah, like Charlie was like, "Oh my god, that's such a good Colby impression."
I will return to the matriarchs, beg them to make an exception.
What's the best ever? I think it's probably ahead of the Snake. The Kagyan merge. Like, I don't know for sure. Actually, no. I think also Genius season 2 episode 6 is up there. I think that would actually probably be my personal answer. Yeah, Charlie's definitely kissing ass.
See you there.
What is this? Jipper sent us a photo of. It was Survivor 50 would be a celebration, not just a celebration of the show, but also our loyal fans. I mean, hasn't he said this? He has said this. I'm pretty sure this is actually a quote. Buffer? Thank you. Oh, yeah, he has said that. The question is how much do you believe like he'll actually do what people want, I guess. But it's like he has said those things. I see stream buffering every now and then. Hopefully that sorts itself out. Maybe. Cool. But yeah, Heroes Villains episode 7 is very good. I think my qualm is that the first half of the episode's not that good. Like, the episode doesn't get good until Tribal. The rest of the episode's kind of blah. So obviously, like, it has, like, high highs. But, like, I think to be my favorite episode of all time, I think the entirety of the episode has to be very good. And I think that's one that, like, has a very clear, like, inconsistency in terms of quality. I think I skimmed through it, the clip show. But I didn't watch it fully. Which also, does Palau not have a clip show? That's kind of surprising, right? Then again, I think clip shows are usually used on odd number seasons, right? Because of, it's usually, okay, why did I do that? It's usually used for, Thanksgiving, I believe. I think it is, isn't it? I thought it was. I remember I saw it. I'm gonna think. Actually, did I? I think I'm actually mixing this up now. Wait, let's see. I'm thinking. I think I'm thinking of when I prepped the video, but I don't think I did when I actually like watched the proper season. Okay, cool. There we go. Okay. Is it on? at least this won't like help me. Okay, I guess I actually have to look up. By the way, also, Amazing Ray, one of the Amazing Ray seasons, the Paramount Plus release is fucked. Like they have the wrong episode titles on like certain episodes and stuff for season 8, which like I noticed that when I was prepping the video. But whatever. Which episode is the? Was the clip show? Well, the wiki kind of sucks. uh, the wiki doesn't actually have a episode thing. Yeah, whatever. What I think about this list was this. Oh, this is the traders thing. Yeah, BB players for future trader seasons. What do we got? Will, Boogie, Nicole. I mean, I doubt we'll ever see Boogie, but I think those would be decent picks. Obviously, Will would be a good pick. Marcellus would be good. Roddy, yeah, sure, why not? Amy, it'll be fine, but I'm not like dying for it. Allison June, obviously. No one for BB5. How dare she? BB6, James, Ryan, Yvette. I think Kaser. Kaser would be fun. Also funny that she spelled Yvette's name wrong. Wait, Eric Danny for 8. Yeah, that's fine. Parker for season 9. That's kind of random, but I believe I would assume Parker's probably someone that she's like friendly with, right? Rennie for season 10, sure. Jeff, I don't know if I'm dying for a Jeff Traders run. Reagan for season 12, also kind of How is Oh, I mean, yeah, Rachel's Rayon. And yeah, I guess Brittany's a Rayon now too. So yeah, I guess those are like the big names. Now from 13, 14, 15, Andy Helen, that's fine. 16, Frankie Zach. Yeah, that's fine. 17, Dave Vaughn and Jason. Is there anyone else there? Maybe like, I think those are, I mean like Vanessa, right? I think those would be the ones. Paul, Paulie, Jose for 18, sure. Wait, did she not even, oh no, 19 there. Josh and Jessica, sure. Rockstar from 20, I don't know. I don't know if Rockstar's something I'm dying to see on Traders. Christy would be funny. Big D, Xavier, Tiffany Chada. Sure. Taylor Jasmine. Why Jasmine? Blue, Jared Felicia. What a combo from BB25. And Tucker and Angela from 26. Yeah, sure. I'll say, kind of surprised that Daniel Reyes even took the time to do this. Like, that feels like a lot of work for someone like Daniel Reyes. Karen Erasure, I mean, does anyone even know where Karen is nowadays? I feel like I haven't even seen, like, a modern picture of Karen. Imagine Survivor doing cliffhangers for every episode. Yeah, that's insane, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. It was, yeah, in between the, that mega leg thing, right? That's where the clip show was. Which, yeah, like, why would they do that? Yeah, like, imagine if there was, like, a clip show in between, the Final Four episode and the finale of Panama. So, like, Suri and Danielle are about to start the fire making challenge. You have to wait 2 weeks to see the rest of it. Yeah, I mean, that's a good sign for Danielle, right? Like, if she, like, cares enough about the traders to still be talking about it online. So, yeah, at least she didn't hate it. I don't think it'll be a clip show. Again, I think just it makes too much sense for it to be an actual episode. Like, we're literally, like, we have an extra person in the game. With also it being, like, a day early, right? Well, also schedule-wise, like, the season started a week early. And, like, all reports are saying that the finale is on the 18th. So it's like, I don't know. I think it's intentionally that there was, like, that they made one more episode. Pam had a gap earlier in that season too. Yeah, but imagine if they had it, like, right there. We'll have Chris and John win season 40. I think that'd be interesting. I mean, again, they're not like the most riveting team, but I at least like them.
Foreboding sight, huh?
Don't you ever wonder
The music's still playing.
like back when the old ones lived here?
You're not like
I feel like Saul's going home next episode. Yeah, I think that's the thing for me too. I think it feels like obvious that Saul would go home. Where like I feel like it maybe be too obvious,
War Chief.
but I do feel like it feels like the most likely outcome. Actually, that was the thing too.
Then we should hit those camps.
That I forgot about that in the preseason. Jeff was talking about how like what will the season be remembered by, and he was like, "I'll be remembered by like the constant power shifts." To where it's like, I think Saul would be a power shift, right?
Would you start? They'll help finish.
I think that's also very possible for Saul. I don't know, I think Saul, like, I think I would bank on him being a boot soon. Like, I think, like, practically, next episode makes sense. I think it makes sense edit-wise in terms of, like, how he has been edited so far. I think it also makes sense in how he was edited in this episode. Where, like, he has, like, a good episode. Like, a seemingly good episode here. To where, again, new arrow wise, it's always been like a sign, especially for like people that aren't like really that top contenders anyway, that they can go home the following episode. So it's like, I think if I were to bet money on who's going home, I would probably put the money on Saul. But again, like, he is mentioned in the preview as someone that they're going to target, which is like, well, that's kind of too obvious then, right? Okay, cool. Who from, what the fuck just happened? Who from 50 do I think is the most likely to pull an AU versus the world Simon and not beyond? So what, like, be like, seemingly be a lock, but then not end up on the cast? I don't know, who is that person? I guess, like, maybe, like, Caleb? I don't know. Because it would have to be someone that, like, I don't know, maybe, like, for most people, maybe, like, Jonathan, right? Because I think people assume that, like, production, like, loves Jonathan and will bring Jonathan back. Marianne? I mean, like... Well, I guess with Simon, we don't know, right? If he said no, or actually, no, I assume he would have said yes, right? But, like, Marianne, again, like, Marianne's gonna be on if her schedule allows for it. But, like, I don't think it'll be a situation where, like, she says yes and they don't put her on. Which is what I assume happened with Simon. Yeah, Saul being more prominent and also like being portrayed as like the lead of this vote, I think is bad for him. Especially when his edit before this is like so like I don't know, bland. Not necessarily bland in terms of like him being boring on the show, but more so in terms of like there's no real complexity in his edit. Sarah Wade is winning 50. I mean, I think Sarah Wade's more likely to win 54 than 50. Like, obviously, like, is she gonna be brought back by the time of 50 anyway? Probably not. But like, I would be very shocked if Sarah Wade makes 50. Or I think there's too many other bigger names that want to come back that they want back that I just can't imagine. They legitimately pick Sarah Wade. Forget maybe for like the next returnee season, which might be 54. Maybe by then they get some what the fuck picks like Sarah Wade, but even then I feel like there'll be other what the fuck picks over Sarah Wade to bring back by that point.
Who's there?
Where's that podcast saying how too eager and being in danger because of it? Might be the theme of the season. When is that happen? I guess like debatably Andy. Has it happened elsewhere? Ow, that feels like a stretch, but and even if it is, that's not really a theme that like connects to the winner, seemingly. If anything, it like seems like the opposite. Like that would feels like a theme of like why people lose than why people win. I watched election coverage pretty much the entire night last night. I watched Corey's stream for a lot of it. And then Corey got pissed at a point with like his chat getting toxic, and then he just like quit. They mentioned how Rachel mentioned Andy being too eager, and that final trial of losing finalists will be. I think that's a stretch. I think that's putting way more intentionality than what there actually is, probably. Like that's something like as if the season is written, than like what is actually practical based on like. You get knowing that this is like footage that they have to work around to create a story. Like I feel like that feels like way too much thought into the edit than what the editors actually do. I feel like Gem is the most likely random pre-merge to be brought back. I think it's Sabaya. Or are we saying that Sabaya is not random? Because yeah, I think Gem is probably the next person, probably. Well, actually, Annika. I think Annika's more likely than Gem at this point. But I think Gem after that. Or I can see Gem being like a dark horse potential returnee. Yeah, as I said, like I guess Sabai is like not really random, right? We get confirmation about Amazing Race 40 being an all-star season blue cast speculation. I don't know, just because like I don't know Amazing Race well enough. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I just don't know like if I can do it properly. I haven't watched John Lovett. Oh, fuck off, really? Please, climb. Climb, please. Climb the fucking ladder! This fucking game! Dude, just climb the fucking ladder. Please. Climb the fucking ladder. I'm literally pushing X. Please climb the ladder. Thank you. Cool. I don't know. I don't know if I actually like. Maybe pushing X is actually what was harming it. Because I think X is probably swim, right? But still, that's really fucking funny. Oh, why is the camera so far out? That looked very weird for Horizon. Does the Annika move look worse for Sierra in hindsight? Yes, for sure. But super, I don't think the move is inherently bad. I think what was bad was how they managed Andy after they made the move. Because, like, I think if they bothered to manage Andy properly, I think keeping him was fine. And they really did mismanage him. And to be fair, by the time they did it, I think it's just all around, like, kind of a bad move. Like, I think it's, like, if she made, like, if they went to tribal second, I think take out Annika, that's fine. I think the fact that they took her out right before the merge, in a spot where, like, they clearly were going to Mergatory next, I think that's probably what makes that worse. But I guess also it's, like, it was still a spot where, like, Andy had an idol, right? And by voting out, had the amulet idol. And, like, through voting out Andy, you're essentially, like, giving power to Caroline and Teeny at that point. Okay, cool. I feel like I would be hesitant to do that, personally.
We're down, but we're not out.
Oh, yeah, like, he saw, like, on, like, one of the news things he was watching, like, John Lovett was there, right, for, like, a second?
Faithful braves, aim true.
I thought when you said popped up, like, I was thinking, like, you meant, like, as in, like, I was thinking popped off, I thought was what was written there. Like, I was literally there, like, the entire time. I had it on the background the entire night. Until he obviously stopped, which I think was, like, what, around 11 or so? I think if you keep Annika in the game, you're closer to girls and Sam than they are to each other. Yeah. And I think for Sierra in particular, obviously, yeah. I think it benefits her more. But also it's like, that's also a spot where, like, Annika lost her vote, right? So, like, Sam, you would have to be able to, like, convince Sam to do something that's against his best interests, where, like, for Sam, it's much better to keep Andy. So I think that's tough, too. Well, I think the problem for Sierra is that she assumed all of them were loyal to her, right? It's like she has to vote off someone that's loyal to her. Well, next episode pretty much show the winner. I think it will be a pretty good sign. Where, yeah, I think it's an episode. I think it's a big episode for Rachel in particular.
The camps have been dealt with. Now to the
Where, like, I think for Rachel, again, we need to have this episode that isn't circumstantial and, like, her still getting strong content.
Under fire if we're detected.
I have another idea. Their base has a...
Was this Jenny? Put down the vape, please.
And I'll exploit it.
Yeah, it is weird about Jenny, right? That Jenny's, like, super physical, but, like...
So long as I get to come with you.
Actually, what the fuck? Why does Varl look... Like, the lighting on Varl looks so strange. Or really, maybe it's her. Like, on one of the two, at least. Like, the lighting's, like, clearly different on one than the other, but whatever. Yeah, I have Caroline 1, but... And, like, I would put money on Caroline, but, like... I'm not, like, fully confident on anybody. Like, I feel like Caroline and Rachel are, like, the top two. Then...
Sunset.
Andy's still possible, but I'm not banking on it. Same thing with Sue, I think. But I think Sue's more likely to be losing finalists. And then Teeny, same thing. I think those are, like, the 5 that have any semblance of a shot. I think everyone else is, like, completely dead. I think those are the 5 that have, like, any semblance of a shot, and then, like, the 2 that actually probably will win are Caroline or Rachel.
Even into the ruins. I thought you trusted me.
I do, but...
Yeah, I think that's something with this because, like, the lighting system because, like, they're using the same lighting system as Forbidden West. And I think there's just points where, like, it just looks like a little bit awkward because, like, it's obviously, like, focusing a lot on the like, what's it called? It's like hero lighting or something, right? Okay, the audio there was fucked. Let's see. Anyway, Teeny or Andy get to the end? I think Andy could get to the end. He just won't win, seemingly, if he does. Same thing with Teeny. I mean, Teeny's like played a pretty shit game. To where it's like, I actually thought, like, is there a shot Teeny could be losing finalists also? I don't think so. I think like that it's like portrayed them too positively for that to be the case. I think, but I could see a world where like it's at least like again like an Owen style narrative. Like everything that they try to do fails. But like, I don't feel like the edit is like portraying it in that way though. Or like I think that is reality that like Teeny is essentially that. But like I don't think the edit is trying to make us think that that's the case. So like I think I would bank more on like Teeny being like Final Four fire making loser than I would losing finalists. Would Casey be on Braun or Beauty? I mean, considering she's like a former football player, I think she'd be on Braun. Did I not climb that? Cool. Wait, how the fuck did he get up there? Oh, here. Cool. Can Kyle be the Joe of the season? I think he already is.
Let's do this.
Yeah, at least like without the racism, hopefully. I mean, Teeny, I believe, is she, they, he, right?
There. See that covered shelter?
Do you see those corruptors?
Nani would put Casey on the Beauty Tribe. I mean, I think a lot of people put Casey on the Beauty Tribe.
Is full of blaze. A whole stockpile of it.
Someone at Edgic mentioned how Teeny is kind of like Charlie Brown. I think she is, but like not. Like I feel like practically, I feel like they are, but like it doesn't feel like that's the way the edit is like trying to make it seem though.
And lead them to that side of the ring.
I'll see it done, and when the wall collapses, I'll be first through the breach.
Now all I have to do is
Saw a clip of Gandia from Thailand. Oh, you never watched Thailand? I mean, you're not missing out on much. Like, I would still personally watch just for the sake of, like, having watched every season, but I think if you were to skip out on one season, I feel like Thailand's probably one of those you can, like, that I would say to skip out on.
Stay in shadow.
Can I see Sam maybe turn over and win? Not really. Like, I think Sam probably is like Spencer / Jay. So like, I don't think Sam's going out next. But I think Sam probably ends up being like an underdog that makes it through a few more rounds and eventually gets taken out before the end. Sorry, I would. Like, I think next episode, I think the people that I would think are possibly going home. Like, I think like Saul, Kyle, and Rachel. I think are like the three. Even Rachel, not like I think it's like Saul, Kyle. I think make the most sense. I think that I actually. Yeah, even with Kyle, like, I think the fact that we got that confessional about his challenge wins makes me think he's not going home next. Because, like, that feels like a weird thing to even have in this episode if it has, like, immediate ramifications next episode. Because, like, you would think that just, like, makes it so obvious that he would go next episode to where, like, I don't think he would go next episode. I think Sarah got the call for 50. You never know. I mean, like, again, Jeff talked about, like, gave the eulogy for her. Like, he liked her a lot during casting. I didn't really get the sense that he loved her on the season necessarily. Like, I didn't really get that vibe. Not that he dislikes her, but like nothing like none of his analysis of her like screamed out to me that like she's like one of his favorites from how the season played out. But I do think he really liked her during casting, so it's like you never know. Maybe they do see some potential there. I personally wouldn't expect her to be that much of contention. But like, she feels like if there is like a what the fuck pick, like I think she's like potentially up there as a potential what the fuck pick. But again, I just don't think for 50 there's going to be many, if any, of those. Yeah, I think that's probably a good read. That he probably just doesn't. He probably like doesn't win immunity next, but he also probably doesn't go home. Where I think like having him go home at the first time that he loses immunity would just be so obvious.
We're down, but we're not out.
Does Heaven and Venus have an issue with each other? Yeah. I thought that was pretty clear, like, on the season, and yeah, that's carried over post-show. Actually, really, I've not seen much from Venus recently. Is Venus still, like, online? In terms of, like, Survivor stuff? Because I don't think I've seen her at all. During the season. Do I think Tim will actually be on 50? I would not put money on it right now. But I think he's still very possible. I think he will definitely be called and definitely be in contention.
Only one way out of this. Fight!
Make tweet about Q? Well, that's something.
You cannot escape our wrath.
Her and Q are also on rocky terms, right? These what it's Q, Tevin, Maria, right? That she was like fighting with on Twitter postseason.
This is it for you. Finish this.
Yeah, I can see Venus being one of those that kind of just like disappears from community. Venus is sort of fought during the season, if I remember right. But I don't believe postseason. But obviously, like, I would assume that they're not on the greatest terms. But obviously, like, who knows? They might have, like, met up at events and repaired things. But in terms of, like, what we've seen online, I don't believe they're on the greatest terms. It was about Q. It's reminder to my American yeah. Yeah, as someone that doesn't vote, obviously it's not a good sign for me. But like I actually like do agree.
No shame in taking cover.
Like I do think technically by me not voting, like that's not theoretically good. I don't think theoretically is the right term. I don't think it's. I don't know what is the right term. Anyway, obviously, like technically, I should vote, but I personally don't care, which is not necessarily a good indictment on me, considering how important politics are to certain individuals. Give it. No, I've always had this opinion. Like, I think to not vote is selfish to the people affected by the person that you would vote for. But also, I would never say that I'm not selfish. And I think, like, I'm largely apathetic to politics, and it's just that I think it's kind of just pointless and like hopeless. So it's like I think it just makes me not care. Because if I do care, then it like just gets to the point where like why? Because like none of this matters anyway. Um. I mean, I think that's something that I don't think it. Like people say that, oh, you can't complain if you don't vote, but like your vote doesn't matter though. Like your individual vote doesn't matter. Like again, this isn't Survivor where like one vote can actually matter. This is a fucking election with millions of votes. My one vote doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. There's not a single fucking election ever that was actually determined by one singular vote. You can still have opinions on how like the vote played out, even if you don't vote. Did they fight post-show because of Tevin? Yes. Or again, like was it post? I think it was like during the filming of the show or during the airing of the show. But then they fought, like, then her... Oh, we're talking about Q. Are we talking about Q or are we talking about Soda? I was thinking we're talking about Soda, but, like, if we're talking about Q... They fought over Maria, wasn't it? The, like, Venus called out Maria, and then, like, it was Q, Maria, and Tevin that all fought with Venus over that. Yeah, but again, I don't control 20 million people, though. It's not like if I vote, then that means the 20 million other people also vote. Which also, like, at the end of the day, that's the fault of the politicians also. Like, the point of the politicians is to get you to vote for them. Like, the politician doesn't get you to vote for them, then that's the fucking fault of the politician, then. Like, that's literally their entire fucking job, is to get you to vote for them. Like, that's the entire point of the campaign. So if they do not inspire people to vote for them, then that's their fucking fault. Like, Charlie is boring? I think he's fine. Okay, cool. I think I might be glitched, or not. Charlie's a good narrator. I think he, like, has some fun lines here and there. He's not the most riveting TV personality, though. Like, I think he's, like, very similar to that of, like, Spencer. Where I think, like, on his own, he's not that interesting, but he's, like, an interesting, like, commentator on the people around him. Is Charlie screwed on 50? It's probably not looking great. But, like, I don't think he's, like, first boot or anything. But, like, there's no way that he goes under the radar. Like, there's no way that he's able to play the same game. Take her out. But yeah, Maria was being weird around the Venus stuff. Cause Kamala to lose? Obviously, because obviously my vote would cause 1.5 million more votes in Florida. I still, like, that is still mind-blowing to me, though. How the fuck did Trump win by that much in Florida? People for 48 will be screwed on 50. I mean, it depends on who it is and how they, like, how it went the first time. Or, like, I think if there was, like, a Rupert sort of figure on 48, then I think they're fine. But obviously, if it's, like, a Charlie sort of figure on 48, then yeah, they're probably fucked. Oh, I just realized, I'm an idiot. I'm not even doing the mission. I'm so stupid. I could have finished that, like, so long ago. Will 48 be done done airing by 50 filming? Probably. Like, based on recent years, yes. not necessarily a guarantee, but it would be very, like, unlikely. Especially considering, like, recently, like, the odd number season's filming later. So, like, there's even a chance of, like, more than likely by the time 49 films, 48 will be mostly done. Well, like, I believe that was the case with this season, right? Like, I believe 47 started filming, what was it, after the Hunter boot, I believe, of 46? I think that was the last episode. Oh, no, they saw the Tiffany boot. The last episode they saw was the Tiffany boot. So it's like, they got pretty deep into the season. If I were to guess, I would say there's a lot more, like, apathy with this election. So, like, I think there's just a lot more people that just don't care. Where, like, people don't like both. So I think that plays a factor. Then also, I think, like, with last time, it was during COVID. Like, that played a factor, too. And also, last time, I think there was, like, a lot of just general vitriol for Trump. So I think a lot of the more, like, anti-Trump people were, like, more, like, willing to go out and vote for that.
Nothing but air.
Okay, I hit the wrong button. That was moving dumb. What am I, 3 hours in the stream?
Oh, mother, look upon our victory. A debt of
Should I
blood is
start
paid.
Forbidden? Not Forbidden West. Was it Frozen Wilds? Maybe I'll do that next stream.
Goddess's ears. Yes, remember it.
Yeah. See how it goes.
Be ready to leave this place.
But this is trying to get away from election talk as someone who now lives in Texas. I mean, yeah. I mean, what's funny is that your state's actually less red than mine now. Somehow. It's so fucking weird. Like, it is generally weird that, like, Texas has more of a chance of being blue than Florida at this point.
There's a campfire just south of the Ring of Metal. Go there and await my transmission.
I was wondering when you'd show up. I'll be in touch.
Then again, I wonder if they'll correlate beyond this. Because I do think Florida, like, I think Trump in Florida is, like, kind of a different stance, or different situation where, like, Trump's, like Florida's essentially Trump's, like, home state at this point.
The ruins of Zero Dawn.
And, like, I think obviously if, like, DeSantis were around, DeSantis would have an easy time in Florida, you would assume. But, like, I wonder if any other Republican, like, I think generally, like, with Republicans, maybe it's not that lopsided, but...
So can I crash the Eclipse Focus network?
Get back to Michigan. I mean, Michigan also vote Republican, though. It's not that big of a difference.
How?
I'll send the location data to your focus. I'll be in touch when you're closer with more directions.
Wait, are you kidding me?
Actually, really, like, Trump won all the swing states, right?
I had to come out to this campfire for that.
Who will like Marco Rubio? I don't think people do anymore, do they? I think at the time... Well, I know I liked Marco Rubio, like, way, way back. Like, back in, like, 2012 or something. But nowadays, no. Oh my god, I forgot, this is on the other side of the map, isn't it? Oh, fuck it. Yeah, Rick Scott sucks. To be fair, I mean, like, I think most politicians I liked when I was younger suck, so... I think I never liked Rick Scott, but more so in terms of, like, Marco Rubio. Glad you live in Maryland? Well, that's something. Yeah, Maryland's very liberal, right? Only voted red in presidential one, but Michigan's governor's very liberal. Yeah. Which is kind of weird, right? Considering, like, I feel like Michigan's, like, one of these states that, well, like, obviously it is a swing state in the grand scheme of things, but also it's, like, I feel like it's, like, one of those that has, like, a really like conservative side of the like straight like my family's from Michigan. Like all the family that I have in Michigan are super fucking conservative. Um, Mind you, they live in like rural Michigan, to where like I feel like that part of Michigan's probably like super conservative. So it's kind of surprising that someone like what's her name again? It's like Gretchen Whitmer, is that what it is? Yeah, like because, yeah, it's surprising they let someone like her win in Michigan, but oh, maybe there's hope for Michigan then. I live in California, but your house district's solidly Republican. Yeah, I feel like that's a weird thing with California too, right? Because like obviously California is like obviously the biggest state, like one of the like most liberal states in the country. There's also like a good chunk, like there's actually like a decent amount of districts that are Republican in California. Definitely voted Trump. Is Jen Cord? Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I saw Cody celebrating on Twitter. Cody 19, BB19. So thank God that's a thing that had to happen. Yeah, Brett Brooklyn from BB26 was celebrating yesterday. One of the brothers ran as Democrat. Of Jet and Cord, are we talking about? Or used to be close to my area, got hit by gerrymandering. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, like at this point Florida is like super fucking conservative. But again, I still live in like one of the few like democratic areas. Even though you wouldn't know that by like just going outside. It's insane that fucking Miami is Republican now.
They saw us.
Like that is so funny. Like I don't funny slash sad. That Miami is like a conservative area now. Danny 44 is MAGA, is he? I haven't seen anything from Danny 44, but like that wouldn't shock me. But yeah, like Gabler's MAGA. Obviously, because that's why Twitter hates him. Daniel Strunk is MAGA. Who else? Sue is MAGA. One is Republican, other is Democrat. Well, that's kind of random. Never would have guessed that. But I guess like in Oklahoma, it's like, what does that really mean to be Democrat in Oklahoma? Draft idea one. Obviously, we need to do that. Do a political draft. Oh, cool. What the fuck was that? If enough of Rupert's voters in Indiana vote for runner-up, Mike Pence would have lost. Well, and then we could get Rupert as the. Oh, and I guess he wouldn't have won though. Yeah, where's Mike Pence nowadays? Actually, he ran, didn't he? I genuinely forgot about that. Like straight, I like really zoned out of this election. I really just did not bother paying attention to most of it. Like I watched more coverage of the election results than I did like of anything else election related leading up to it. Why am I climbing up this way? Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. There's no way Tiffany Mitchell's MAGA, right? Rachel Aiko's MAGA? I can kind of see that, to be honest. But that is like a random person to mention, though. um, shall repair it. I feel like that seems so improbable that Tiffany Mitchell is MAGA. Like, I don't know for sure, though. Is it impossible to make a cast of MAGA people from New Era? Probably not. At least people like openly MAGA. Like, I'm like, in terms of people that are like actually supporting Trump. Like openly. It's like, think of like 41. You have Heather. Like, is there anyone else? Actually, okay, I'm actually gonna look this up. I'm like probably gonna like look at the all the New Era casts. Is Brad MAGA? I don't remember actually. I feel like I remember like. Okay, actually, I'll pause this. I feel like I remember something about Brad being MAGA, but I don't know if it's true. Oh yeah, NECA is MAGA. Forgot about that. Yeah, I think Brad, but I don't know 100%. Like, yeah, like, let's just guesstimate. So Brad, Heather, I think that's it from 41. 42, Daniel Strunk. Because again, Daniel's like literally like works for the Republican Party, doesn't he? Or like works for something like related to the Republican Party. And I believe there literally was a picture of him before the season with like a MAGA hat on. Yeah, it's from Detroit, which is super liberal. Obviously, it's not like an end all be all, but you would think it would be very improbable. Okay, I could not tell. Is Jonathan MAGA? I could see it, but like I also don't know. I think that's really it from 40. Oh no, Tory. Tory's MAGA. Yeah, so we're at 4 people after 42. 43. Gabler. Is Geo MAGA? I feel like I remember something about Geo being conservative, but I might be wrong on that. NECA. And I would question Lindsay? Geo's not MAGA. I mean, again, I like, it didn't seem that probable, but again, I feel like I remembered something about him. I don't think Jess. I don't know. I mean, like, you never know. Yeah, I guess you never really know with Jesse, but I never got that sense. Let's see, 44. Again, Danny, we're saying. I think that might be it. I don't think anyone else is like. Yeah, Jesse isn't. Okay. Yeah, I don't think anyone else is screaming out to me from 44. 45, potentially D, but don't know for sure. I'll be honest, I don't follow many people, and like I don't like look at people's tweets anymore. At least that often. But yeah, I think D could potentially be. There's no way Kelly is MAGA, right? Like she's like a lesbian living in New York. Like I feel like that's like very improbable, right? Let's see. Is Julie Alley? I can see Julie Alley potentially being MAGA, but I doubt it. Is Sean? Well, yeah, but again, I think also the fact living like New York's like one of the most liberal cities. Plus, also you're like lesbian, so again, you're less likely to be a Republican. Also, uh, I think it's like I just think it's very unlikely Kelly is MAGA. Drew, I think Drew could be up in the air. Like I could see Drew being like me like what 10 years ago. Um, yeah, 46. Oh, is Hunter? I know Hunter's like in a very like conservative area, but I believe Hunter is liberal though, right? Um, what is Randon? Uh, no one's really screwing off from 46. The 47, it's like we know Sue, and then like, is Kyle? Like Kyle's from like a rural area, right? But doesn't seem like the type. But yeah, I don't know. Q's definitely a centrist. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Um, Rome. I don't think Rome's MAGA. Like, I'll be very shocked if Rome is MAGA. Is Lauren 38 MAGA? Like, I don't know for sure. But yeah, I really don't know. I don't know. Where's Lauren even from? I don't even know, like, where is she even from anyway? What if Rome is a Republican who just like comics his politics? What if? It'll be like the reverse Heather Shan. Lauren's from Texas. She lives in LA now. I mean, her family could definitely be MAGA, right? Don't know about her herself. Is Guatemala the only all MAGA final 2-3? Is Stephanie MAGA? Which, too fair, I could definitely see it, but like, I didn't know for sure. Obviously, Danny definitely is. Danny Boatwright. But no, there's definitely more, right? There's got to be more than that. She's on a MAGA cruise? Oh no. Yeah, I think that's likely for Rome. I doubt like Rome is someone that's MAGA, like someone that's like actively like pro-Trump. I feel like that feels very strange. Like I could see him being like apathetic, but like just like actually being like like actively supporting Trump, I feel like feels weird. I don't know if Rob and Amber are MAGA, but could definitely be. But like I don't know. If I were to guess, I would say they're like middle of the road. Like they're very. I would guess they're independent. No, Sandra's like super liberal. Like Sandra actually campaigned for Kamala recently, or not campaigned, like posted about like Kamala recently. Well, I mean, like the thing about like Boston Rob comes from like a super like he comes from Boston, so like that's like a super liberal area. But also he did like proceed to live in like a pretty conservative area in Florida, right? Or like Amber, I believe, comes from a conservative area in Pennsylvania, right?
Those machines are alert.
Actually, I'm like too fair. Like, isn't Varner technically liberal? Like Varner's not like MAGA, right? I'm pretty sure like Varner's at least like a Democrat. Michelle being a Democrat while Devin being a Republican. Devin's not Republican. I believe that's a misconception. Well, yeah, that was the big thing since last stream too. is that he's like that clip went around of like him talking shit about Kamala, but like it's actually from like the primary and him saying that Bernie should beat Kamala or whatever. Then again, I think he's definitely one of these people that's like pro Bernie, but then probably like pro Trump over Kamala. I could definitely see that being in the world because there's idiots like that like for some reason think like Bernie and Trump are like comparable because like oh they're both like not in the establishment or whatever, even though like they're polar opposites in terms of politics. Um, oh, 100%. I can definitely see that for bananas. Yeah, I mean that was Jemmy, wasn't it? Like, didn't Jemmy make a comment about his dad? Well, yeah, I mean Bernie's like Bernie's like further left than the Democratic Party, right? Which is why he's not a Democrat. Zach, yeah, I think that's like Zach 100%. Like I think that's undeniable. Tony makes a lot of sense. Then yeah, like bananas, I would assume is who? Like I know a lot of challenge people. Oh yeah, like Kara and Paulie, right? Or at least Kara. I assume Paulie too, right? Matt Klotz. I would guess Matt Klotz. Like, I doubt he's, like, that politically informed, but I would assume he would vote Trump over Kamala, if I were to guess. I believe CT's not MAGA. I think that's the one that we know is not MAGA. Like, who was it that posted on, like, recently that, like, you'll be surprised at how many, like, challenge champions are MAGA, and then they were, like, someone said CT, and they said, no, he's, like, one of the only good ones. So I believe CT's, like, one of the only ones that isn't MAGA. And yeah, Ashley is definitely not. Who's pro Bernie but not Kamala is Devin from Challenge. Yeah, I feel like I remember that Paulie at one point was definitely saying a lot of conservative stuff. But I don't remember how recent that was. Yeah, Veronica's definitely not. Yeah, Darrell. Oh, by the way, Casey's dad passed away, right? That's a thing that happened recently. We're gonna, if you don't know, Casey's dad was like a big Big Brother fan. Like he's like the reason why she was like so excited to go on Big Brother. And like she's like he's the reason why like she knew anything about Big Brother coming into it. So that's kind of a shame. Tori isn't MAGA. I can see Tori just not caring that much. Okay, what the fuck? Please, like, there we go. Well, like, I remember he used to be in, like, all the RHAP chats during BB20. Well, I remember, like, I know Ozzy's, like, a big anti-Trump person. Like, didn't he, like, campaign, like, didn't he, like, talk anti-Trump at the Game Changers reunion? That was the thing, right? I think if you go through Survivor history, I think, like, the majority, I think, like, probably, like, what, at least 70% are probably liberal. Maybe that's probably a bit high. But I think, like, probably, like, 60% are liberal, 20% are, like, maybe 30% conservative. Actually, maybe those are, like, off percentages. I don't know. I think they're definitely more liberals than conservatives, even, like, before modern Survivor. Yeah, maybe 55, 45. I mean, I think you have to account for people like that don't care, which I think is also like a good chunk. Like, I think that's probably a good like 10 to 20%. No, Brad and Monica are super liberal. Which, actually, how did Tampa go in this election? Now that I think about it. Because I didn't pay attention to that. I assume it, like, is Tampa still liberal? Hopefully it is, right? Is it not? Tampa was Republican? Dude, Florida's so fucked. Oh my god, dude, that's brutal. Like, even Tampa is Republican now. Yeah, there's literally what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 counties that went Democrat. That's insane. Thoughts on the auction? I thought it was better than 47s. Still not like, yeah, I don't think it's one that's gonna like be super notable for years down the road, but I thought it was like fine. Damn, is where a bunch of rich people move. Yeah, I didn't know that. Actually, I did know that Hulk Hogan lived in Tampa. So yeah, I guess that should have been a sign. Oh, that got blocked, by the way. He's saying Latinos are the worst. Well, technically, he's saying Cuban Latinos are the worst, but it blocked the phrase Latinos are the worst. I guess Sierra's one of the boots so far, but that's not hard to be. Yeah, it's insane that like that Miami is so conservative at this point. And it's also like it's weird because like it's like entirely based around like the notion that they're scared of socialism, right? Like I think the thing that is so strange about elections is that like so many people like don't even vote in like what their best interest is. Like where it's very strange that like Republicans for most part benefit like the rich and like well-off people, yet like most people that vote for Republicans are like lower income people. Like it's very strange that that's the case. They're K-MAGA? I don't know. I would not be shocked, but I legitimately don't know.
They're the handholds, right where you said they'd be. Did you get that silence? No?
Actually, how far in the stream are we? Okay, yeah, I'll definitely do this mission. Capture refugees and they hate anything left-leaning, yeah.
What now?
Wait, that's what?
Like it feels like an overreaction though.
What night falls with
Derek and Cody both MAGA? I don't like I feel like if I were to guess, I would say Cody Calafiore doesn't seem to be that political.
Our purpose this night is to crash the Focus network.
Like I think he's definitely not liberal, but I don't know if he's necessarily conservative either. Derek Levasseur, if I were to guess, I would say like liberal, right? He's from Rhode Island. It's like I don't know. He's from like a very liberal area. It's like yeah, he's a cop, but it's like I don't know. Like there's definitely cops that are not Republicans. It's like I don't know. Oh, I forgot about that actually. Yeah, he was like spewing like anti-vax stuff, wasn't he? Yeah, maybe he is conservative then.
So you were part of the eclipse.
I've never been part of anything. I serve my own interests.
By the way, how the fuck does Arizona still only have 69% of the vote in? Like, what the fuck are they doing?
Assisted the eclipse before I sensed the threat they might become. It was a mistake. That I'm doing what I can to correct.
I feel like Jag is truly neutral politically. Yeah, I feel like he's like the type that doesn't care that much.
Head through that crevice, Aloy. You have more important things to do than ask questions.
Again, Biden is worse. Like Biden would have done worse than Kamala. Like if it was Biden Trump, I think Trump wins in like a massive landslide.
Let's see what's
again, like if you, like the poll numbers for Biden were like significantly worse than Kamala. Is Andy number one? No. I didn't think this was that good of an episode for him. Like, I think, like, considering what the episode was, I thought it was like, kind of meh. Like, I think it should have been a much better episode for Andy. Because it feels like they gave him, like, the bare minimum amount of content. Considering the fact that, like, again, this, like, Sierra boot had been something that had been set up for, like, most of the season at this point. Fuck. I forgot. How do you glitch this? Because I know you do in the speedrun. I don't remember how. Yeah, I think Biden, like, yeah, I think clearly by, like, how he was talking in this last few days before the elections, like, he definitely would not have done himself any favors. Oh, I'm surprised they put in advantages in the action. I'm surprised. Like, has Suburban US not done this before? Because I think that's more mind-blowing to me, if that's the case. Like, have they literally not put an advantage in an item before? Because, like, obviously, like, AU and SA have done that already. Like, I think it's mind-blowing that, like, Survivor US hasn't done that. Why did Rachel play Shauna Dark? To, like, get a read on the others. And to where Jeff confirms on the Fire podcast, but I think that was the initial read anyway. Was that she did it to essentially, like, see if anyone was surprised when she played it, so that she would have a sense that if it doesn't work, then should I play my idol or not? Can I say Frank Stone? I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna get to it at this point. If I do, it won't be soon. It'll probably be like one of the last games I play. But I just have like too much shit I want to play. And again, like a lot, and like it's a game that I would want to play on my own because it's story focused. But like the game, like I feel like obviously Metaphor and like a Dragon Infant Wealth are like bigger priorities, and like those will just take so much time. Like we'll see. Wait, how do I climb up this? Oh, it's this. Okay, I remember now. I mean, I'm sure I'll play it eventually. Just like I don't know if I'll play it in time for the Year in Gaming video. Okay, cool. Thank you. Please. Drop, please. Just drop! Okay, cool. Yep. Great. Does Rachel vote Gabe if she didn't play Sean Dark? Seemingly. I mean, she really thought she was in danger. Maybe she does put the vote on, like, Sam. Like, he gets a self-preservation vote, but I think before all that happened, I think she was definitely voting Gabe. I mean, Gabe's at the bottom of my power ranking. Has been for the last, like, 2 weeks. I moved Saul above Sam, but Saul's still not winning. And really, I think Saul's, like, the most likely person to go home next week.
You getting this?
Yeah, directed. Yeah, that came out. Wait, actually, when was the last? The transmitter's been moved. Actually, what even was the last Dark Pictures anthology? What was that one called?
Toward the explosions. Great.
Wow, I'm really blanking on what. Like, I know all the other ones, like Man of Medan, Little Hope, right, and then House of Ashes. What the fuck was the last one? But yeah, when did that come out? Because like Directive, whatever, like that should have been out already, right? Like, that got delayed, definitely, right? Devil Me, that's what it was. Which, when did that come out? 2022? Was it that long ago? Whoa, that got delayed a lot then. I didn't realize it was 2022. Yeah, why the fuck did it take him that long?
Rabbit is good enough for the rest of us. It's good enough for him.
Like, they made all the other Dark Picture Anthology games in, like, a year. I guess to be fair, like, they didn't make they made that Frank Stone game. What else did they make? The Quarry. Yeah, so. Well, no, The Quarry was before Double Me. Well, I guess they're making Little Nightmares 3. But yeah, kind of surprised, actually. I didn't realize it had been that long. Yeah, but, like, wasn't it originally supposed to come out, like, the following year? That directive, whatever? Yeah, initially I didn't care that much until I realized, like, it actually is inconsistent with like three-way ties and, like, well, more than two people being tied. Like, because, like, again, like, what Jeff explained is what is the intention. So, like, I think it makes sense that Sierra can vote. But it doesn't make sense when you realize that, like, in like three-way ties that they can't vote, and like, the people that are tied can't vote in a three-way tie, which actually makes, like, no actual sense. So it's like, to be consistent with that, then yeah, Sierra shouldn't have been able to vote, but it didn't really bother me when I first heard it, though, because I was like, oh yeah, that's about right.
Is there fighting up ahead?
No. It's a mining operation.
It's based on a dude who trap people in hotels, yeah.
I need to find that tall neck.
Yeah, it's Devil in Me. I don't even remember, what is directive, whatever the numbers are? Like, was that space related? Is that what that game is? I actually don't even remember. Fessie's definitely in neutral politics. I can see Fessie being liberal. I don't know.
I see it. They've built some kind of structure around it.
I wouldn't really be shocked either way. Like, I'd be pretty shocked if he was, like, again, a MAGA guy, but... I can see him, like, kind of being, like, a casual liberal. Wait, where am I going here? What? Oh, it's up this. Cool. Alien Dead Spacey, yeah. That could be interesting. Yeah, what am I ever doing to the Supermassive Game ranking? Also, I thought it'd be, like, after playing Double Exposure, it kind of made me think that, wouldn't it be really fun if I ranked every Deck 9 game? Like, what a fucking random video that would be. To rank every Deck 9 game. Any hope of Wolf Among Us 2 being good? I have hope that would be good if it ever comes out. I question if it will ever come out at this point, but... Like, because, like, at the end of the day, like, it comes down to the writing, and it's like... Yeah, the writing's good, then it can be good. Like, I think because it's not like with Telltale games, like, performance and stuff, like, obviously it can be shit, but, like, at the end of the day, I think the true quality of a Telltale game comes down to the writing of it. And it's like, I don't remember, actually, who's writing Wolf Among Us 2? Is it the same people as Wolf Among Us 1? It's straight, I don't even remember who wrote Wolf Among Us 1.
Entity miscalculated.
Oh, it's like a random fucking grouping of people.
Entity cannot destroy me.
Let's see, is it the same people? One of the... Okay, so...
Maybe you are.
Yeah, it's... At least the main writer for Wolf Among Us 2 is one of the writers from Wolf Among Us 1. Like, I don't know. I think it could be a good story. But, like... Again, like, at the end of the day, it's like... I think that's... Well, actually, no. I think there are, like, other things in terms of development, in terms of, like... how much resources can be put into, like, making all these other decisions matter and that sort of thing. So I guess that could also be a thing. That, like, again, your decisions won't really matter. But, like, I don't think that's really that major a criticism of Wolf Among Us in particular. Or like I think Wolf Among Us could have been just like a straight narrative game without any choices, and I think it would have been like still really good. Where I don't think it's like Walking Dead. If you take out the choices, I don't think Walking Dead's as good as it is. Where I feel like Wolf Among Us is one that it's like a game that like didn't even really need the choices in there.
What do you think I'm doing? Taking a nap?
Keep moving or you'll die.
Yeah, Expanse is the only game since they're come back and it's shit. But also the okay, cool. The Expanse would also be on a Deck 9 ranking because Deck 9 helped make the Expanse. So thank God. The people who want to know other people are usually liberals. Oh, that's not necessarily true. This Hollywood B21 had 19 and 29 bitter juries. Probably not, but obviously I think that made them more incentivized to do it. Like, in general, I just think that was a cast that just wanted to reward who they perceived to be the best player. But obviously, yeah, that was like part of their thing, is that they didn't want to be looked at as a bitter jury after 19 and 20. Yeah, I don't know if Wolf Among Us 2 is ever happening, straight up. Or like, we did get reports recently that they're having like a lot of development issues, which who would have guessed Telltale having development issues? What a mind-blowing concept. But they confirmed that it's not canceled, which is like, okay. But, like, is it ever happening though? Who the fuck knows? I could see the game being like a mess though, like gameplay wise, like in terms of performance wise, I should say, when it comes out, if it does. I'm spoiling it, real kind of. But my winner pick before all that was Sarah. Dane from BB Can 7 is a top 5 Big Brother player in North America. Probably. I have him as a top 5 winning game. I'd assume as a player, like he's probably what, right below Cody Calafiore. Is the new Telltale team small and less experienced? I don't know about the size, but I know there's a lot of former Telltale there. And then I know that they got back a lot of the team that made the original Wolf Among Us, right? For Wolf Among Us 2. But who knows how many of those people are still there.
I won't deny I risked your life, but it was the
Yeah, it's supposed to be out a while ago, right? And then like got indefinitely delayed, and then now who knows when it'll be?
access to the secrets of Zero Dawn.
Yeah, I literally actually I forgot what my Wolf Among Us retrospective came out a year and a half ago, and I made that a year before that game came out, initially intending it to be released alongside Wolf Among Us 2. So yeah, I think the original thing was like end of 2022. If not early 2023. Because I literally made that video to come out alongside it, and then like obviously it became clear, okay, well it's not coming out. So I guess I just got to release on the 10-year anniversary. That's like good enough.
You miserable. Damn him. If I could toss this focus, I'd get rid of you, Silence.
Oh yeah, that's well. Agree that Canada Two Faithfuls are worse than AE Two Faithfuls. Yeah, I think they're probably the worst Faithfuls ever. I mean, like, I guess they're like kind of on the Michael John, but even then they're still not targeting Michael John. So it's like, yeah, it's pretty bad.
You're alert.
Insane that Final Fantasy Remake trilogy will probably end before Wolf Among Us 2. I mean, like, I think if Wolf Among Us 2 ever comes out, it'll be out by then, right? like, because what? Remake trilogy's gonna finish in what? 2027? Like, we got about 3 years. Yeah, like, I feel like more than likely, if Wolf Among Us 2 ever does come out, it'll be out before then. Just the question is, like, I think it's, like, probable that it gets canceled by then. But, like, again, they're not gonna work on it for that long, are they? How's Ned on Trader? She's really good. I think she's the most likely person to win at this point. Which would be fun. I'd like to see it. Okay, it's 3 a.m. So much further do I want to go? Actually, I just realized also, am I closer? I think I'm closer to Meridian, aren't I? Yeah, I'll do Meridian. I think I'll do this mission and probably call it night after that. Ica for Tracer? I would love to see it. I mean, it would have been great if they could have gotten Ica and Netta on this season. That would have been fun. Dude, probably would have put like Netta probably wouldn't do as well. I would assume because like it does seem like a major boon to Netta is that people just don't know who she is, and like she's somehow like being perceived in a similar way to how she's perceived in BB Can too. I mean, just like no one like realizing like how strategic of a person she is, where she's like easily able to like play dumb to people. Yeah, I have what Will at 6, right? Did I get ever put? I've never heard of them making up postseason. But if I were to guess, I would say they're like how like Rob and Lex are. And it says that they're like cordial, but they're not going to be like friends anymore. Like all the faithfuls are making it to the end? What do you mean by that? It doesn't seem like it. That Ty's dad knows who she is. I'm too fair. Does Ty even know who Netta is? Like Ty doesn't even know BB Can. So I don't know if Ty's dad knows much about BB Can. So like Ike and Netta would probably work together. Maybe? I could see Ike, but I think Ike would definitely like give Netta a higher profile though. Like I don't think she'd be able to play the game she's currently playing if Ike was there. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I think people just don't know Netta because like she wasn't on. Like she was literally on BB Can 5, which even if they do know her from BB Can 5, they probably don't think of her highly from that appearance, right? And then like her good appearance with BB Can 2, which was over 10 years ago now, and also on Slice, which is a network that no one fucking watched. So it's like, yeah, it just seems like okay, lighting, cool. Yeah, it seems like just no one really knows who she is. Are you sure that Ty knows who Netta is? I don't think you can guarantee that.
It's always the ones you least expect that cause you trouble.
He's got like 0% chance Ty has ever watched BB Can 2.
I've sent a messenger to the claim to let everyone know.
I'm glad you're back. I'm at a loss about Ursa. To learn she
I mean, does he though? Does Ty know much about BB Can still?
She wouldn't want us to waste time talking.
Like maybe he knows of her. I know he knows much about her though.
About smoke darkening the sun. Tell him what you found in his papers.
A letter.
Like I'm sure maybe he's seen like clips of like the Netta Ica fight on Twitter or something. Yeah, maybe he's like heard of her through alumni, but like Again, Netta like hasn't really been in the Big Brother community in a while. She's been living in Paris, right? It's like she hasn't been hanging out with like the Big Brother people.
Near the temple. It used to be a shop, but it could serve as a warehouse. If Derval used the
Actually, really, it's like, are there any BB2 people that hang out with alumni? I guess like Ika here and there, right? She shows up at points.
Remember that no one hates Derval more than your own tribe. The clans would give up much.
Basically for BB Camp 5 also.
Take him alive? So you can haggle over him? You can't be serious.
I don't know if John is. Like, I know John's still in like the poker scene, but I'm not sure. Like, I never see John hanging out with like BB Can people though. But I know he still tweets about Big Brother here and there, doesn't he?
Aloy, a moment, please.
Heather's off the radar, yeah. Adele's still around, right? Because he runs that fighting thing, whatever the boxing matches are. Friends of Bailey, is that really the case? Are you talking about through BB Can or like before BB Can?
You were there.
Through BB Can, I could see that. Before BB Can, I feel like that's kind of random. I think before, yeah, that's kind of random to me.
She's not the one who's suffering now.
JK era of the challenge or dark era seasons of Survivor.
You're right.
Well, I always like the Dark Ages more than most people of Survivor.
And there's only one thing.
What season includes the JEK era? So, like, are we including... Like, obviously their prime is, like, Island, Duel 2, Ruins. But, like, are we including, like, Gauntlet 3? Yeah, just 16 to 21. I mean, like, Rivals is very good. Like, it is, like, I think there's, like, more good challenge seasons in that grouping than there are, like, good Survivor seasons in the Survivor grouping. But, like, I just like Survivor more anyway. So, like, I personally prefer Dark Ages Survivor. But I think if we're going on, like, raw quality, especially in relation to the rest of the series, I would say, what's it called? That, challenge is probably better. I agree. I think the only, like, genuinely bad season is One World. Redemption Island, again, Redemption Island people dislike. I like it more than most people. There's definitely a slow point. Like, there are definitely slow points in it, though. But I don't think it's, like, entirely bad. Again, Nicaragua is, like, inconsistent, but still fun for the most part. South Pacific is a legitimately good season. Then, like, typically people include Caermoen, right? Which, like, yeah, Caermoen's not great. But there's good stuff in it, though.
This is the place. You home, Derval? I got a surprise for you.
Yeah, BB Can 5. I mean, like, I think it's, like, just in general, the BB Can alumni, like, especially at that time, were, like, so close to where, like,
Is it a bomb? Doesn't look too
I think you just had, like, so, like, pretty much, like, everybody knew everybody, so, like, all of them had, like, an opinion, on what was happening. What am I doing? Cool. I still think it's such a shame we never got All-Star season. He's like, I do think an All-Star season for BB Can in particular would have been so interesting. Considering just how close the alumni was.
It'll be just what Derval promised. Smoke will darken the sun. As the city goes up
Please.
in flames. There's gotta be a
Oh my god, this conversation's not gonna end, is it?
It's like a wooden bracket. Not very strong. Help me push this out.
Okay. Brute force. I'm good at that.
I mean, I don't think Michael John will make it there, and I think Kira might also be cut along the way. I think Neto will make it finale.
Because the booby trap on the bomb downstairs is gonna get set off.
I'm gonna bring back the Zingbot present storyline. I can't wait. Obviously, I need to do that. Rank Jeff every season. Well, like how he is on every season. If I actually had like a deep knowledge of all the character moments from Jeff across the years, I probably would. Like that would actually be a funny video.
We did it. Derval's best shot. The Meridian's still standing.
Dark Age ranking would go One World Care Moen. I think that's exactly my ranking, isn't it? Maybe I have One World and Care Moen switched. I don't remember, but that's pretty much my ranking.
I'm gonna look around. Maybe Derval's men left something behind when they planted that bomb.
I got it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of. It's like like obviously the two. Like the people that like are in Vancouver and the people in Toronto have different like groups there.
Daybreak. Yesterday's gone.
Yeah, I think of like a BB Can All-Star season. I do wonder how they would have cast it though, because like it would be a different or a difficult season to cast because you have to very much take into consideration like pre-game stuff and like they might just not, and through that the season might just be a bit skewed. But I think if you were to cast it properly, like you would need to like do a lot of research into like who's close with who and that sort of thing, just because of like how connected everybody is.
What happened?
I haven't had a blast like that since the liberation.
I have a matter of grace and beauty I would like to discuss with you. Come to a bad end.
I think Can All Stars would have essentially been a sequester season, slightly more count. I mean, yeah, probably.
The tracks lead inside. Another
Is there more investigating? Oh, there is, isn't there? Because
Derval did find a way into the palace.
oh no, maybe not. Okay, no, I thought this was a full-blown investigation section. Doesn't Jeff's cowboy hat look? I mean, I think it's fine. Also, the yellow shirt, right? That was Cook Islands. I think his dynamic coach puts Tokuchi's at number 1. It's definitely a top tier one. I actually think Palau Jeff is pretty good so far. Rewatching Palau. Game, thank you. It's also like very like it is funny watching Palau. Like after obviously like New Era stuff with Jeff, where like it's funny on like how openly he just like calls out people for being shit at the game. Like he did that with like Kim Mullen, and then he did that with Ibrahim in the last episode I watched. He's just like so willing to ask people like, why do you deserve to be here, and that sort of thing. I don't fucking know. I don't pay attention to Jeff in that way. I would assume one of those sort of seasons, though, right? When the other Metal Gear collections come out, will I rank all the games? If I ever play them, I'd like to. I own the Volume 1 collection. And, like, I tried to play 5. And I got, like, I don't know, probably like a fourth of the way through it, but never finished it.
I'm going to enjoy watching the Carja burn. Even more because you.
But, yeah, I would like to play all of them.
Say goodbye to Meridian of Art.
Vanuatu, Jeff? I mean, that's when he hooked up with Julie Berry, so I mean, at least somebody thought so. Looks virtually the same for Amazon than Malaysian X. Wow. Did he really for that long? I don't know if I would say he looked the same, but I think you do. Like, I think post-COVID though, he definitely like looked different. You can definitely tell he's getting older at that point. Game, please, thank you.
What's this? You must
He's a robot like Julie Chen, yeah.
And disabled your bomb.
Did you now? Well, bomb or
Yeah,
no
even if you were to ask me like the hottest Julie Chen season, I could not tell you.
First yours, then Avad's.
Like I legitimately just don't look at Julie Chen that way. Why was that shot so long? Cool. Oh, fine.
I've got a sun gun.
It is funny playing this game on New Game Plus. How's Ristic Hawk season? Yeah, I also could not tell you. What's the hottest TJ season?
It's not over yet.
Who wins a fight, Jeff Probst or Boston Rob?
Any good
Modern day, I think maybe. Actually, I don't know. Jeff is in the 60s, right? Like, I think like Jeff Probst is pretty ripped considering how old he is. Also, Boston Rob's like not in the shape he used to be. They were like nowadays, like I can see where Jeff would win, but I think like in their primes, I probably would go Boston Rob.
I hope you like fighting these things, because there's more in the way.
B15 Julie Chen. I mean, that's when she was the most upset by racist comments. I mean, that's a good look, I guess.
Never do the work if you can get a machine to do it for you.
Like, legitimately, what is the best Julie season? Like, just, like, actually, like, as a host. It actually might be 26, right? Like, I think 26 is at least up there. I'm an idiot. I'm not even using fire arrows. B23, Child of God is legendary. Isn't that... I feel like that's, like, bad, though. Like, it's funny, but, like, I think it's actually bad. Like, we're, like, I think 26, like, she actually was actually a good, like a competent host, I should say. Like, she actually did have a pretty good rapport with, like, a good chunk of the cast. In a way that wasn't entirely cringy. Okay, can it stop moving? But yeah, that feels like so bad that it's good. More than like actually good hosting from Julie Chen. I think Jeff Probst beats TJ, right? In a fist fight. Thing, and TJ was like an actual like athlete, but I guess it's like it's BMX, so it's like I don't know how much that like connects to like fight ability. Oh yeah, that was the thing. Well, Jeff Probst almost fought Johnny Fairplay, theoretically. Actually, who won the fight between Fairplay and Jeff Probst's brother? Because that'll probably be a good gauge of Probst's fight ability. Yeah, I would assume Jeff Probst's brother, right? Like, it probably wouldn't be that hard to win, you would assume. How was Fairplay as a wrestler? Because I know he was a wrestler at a point, right? I assume he didn't win much, right? I'm sure there'll be some people that lose to Fairplay, but not many. Not anyone, like, competent, you would assume. Rupert, Brad Culpepper? I feel like Brad Culpepper. Like, I feel like Rupert would, like, barge at him, and then Brad Culpepper would just, like, punch him in the face and knock him out.
As much much as I wish Ursa was here to kill you, I don't mind doing it for her. Go ahead.
Imagine Fair Play and Rupert actually got in that fight in the Who the Hell voted for me. Who the hell tried to fight me? Yeah. But yeah, Rupert would have like killed Fair Play, right? If they actually did fight.
I know what you are afraid of. Going back to Mainspring in chains. Every clan in the claim wants you dead, and they know how to make it hurt.
Yeah, it was CT Fair Play. Yeah. Yes, then he'll be banned for a few seasons and come back a few seasons later. I can't wait to see it. Imagine like and like that is a video idea, but that, I don't know if I'll ever fucking do it. But like, imagine if like Survivor was like the challenge, where like people like where like every season ever 30 players. Like that'd be such a weird fate. Like just imagine like the eras of the show and like how fucking weird that'd be to see Rupert just on like every season for like 5 seasons in a row or whatever, if not more. But like I think 100% Rupert's on like what Pearl Islands, All Stars, Vanuatu, Palau. Like he's probably on like a billion seasons in a row. Where like obviously the question would be like, could he handle it like physically? Where I think that'll be the big issue with Survivor in particular.
Aloy. I was just thinking about Ursa.
But like I feel like Fair Play would definitely like try. Or Fair Play. I think Rupert would definitely try.
I know it. That's why she went out to meet him in the first place, to put him down.
Oh, were they different times?
But she also told me to grow up.
Well, yeah, Jenna wasn't in wrestling until like
Burned little when she said that.
a good chunk later, right?
And I guess growing up means
really? Actually, I want to look this up.
You're asking me?
Pretty
sure
what is
you're
Jeff Probst's brother's name?
Yeah, but I don't act like it, do I?
You did with Derval.
Don't give me too much credit.
It is not here.
Yeah, but because you're a good captain.
Come on, stop.
Why does it not say his brother's name? Is it Brent? Oh wait, Brent or Scott? Which one is it? Oh, you weren't actually joking. Literally, the first picture I see is. Wait, is that? Oh, so it is Amanda. But actually, I'm surprised how much Survivor there is. But yeah, there is. Yeah, there is some Austin. I'm actually like, okay, good for him, I guess. Yeah, that is Austin, right? The pirate. So thank God for that. Weird because like he's not even because his girlfriend is the other one, right? Like the one he's next to is not his girlfriend, right? It's the other one, right? So why is he not next to his girlfriend? I feel like that's weird. But yeah, it looks like. Well, I guess she doesn't post that much, but like one of her most recent posts is her in Austin. So good for them. That's so random though, right? That of all people, Austin, who is in a showmance on the show, is now dating Jeff Probst's niece. Actually, I want to see. Are there any pictures of Jeff himself on his brother's Instagram? I don't see any. I do wonder, like, how close are they? I mean, like, then again, there was, like, a Survivor post. So, like, okay, yeah, they must be. Yeah, he literally posted about Survivor 47. It's like, they must still be. Oh, I didn't realize that. One of Jeff Probst's niece, like, not the one that's dating Austin, but the other one is a Dream Teamer. I didn't know that. So thank God. Thank God she can work on Survivor. Actually, I didn't even realize this. Literally, his fucking name on Instagram is Amanda and Abby's dad. Imagine your Instagram name was just your kids' names and then just and then dad at the end. Thank God. What a great username. He's a fucking Thailand hat. Is that a thing? Oh, I think I just like I saw this photo, did not realize it was Jeff in the background. um, but wait, picked up by my brother and his wife. Oh, is that Lisa? Oh, I guess it probably is. When was this? This was in June. Yeah. I think it's getting the rocky territory, right? With Austin. Of like how close again, if he is this close to like like Amanda's family at this point, like her direct family, to where like he's already in posts on her dad's Instagram. And then there's also posts with him and Jeff recently. It's like, yeah, it's kind of getting a bit close. In terms of like, would Austin be allowed back? Slash, also, would they be willing to take that that chance?
Maybe even two.
Also,
she likes me.
Getting info for Dream Shares. I mean, that is, I guess, theoretically possible. I'm at least getting info from like 49. Actually, no, I guess like 50 because yeah, they do it before. Well, I guess like how much before do they do it though? Because I assume it's like right before, to where like there wouldn't be much time to tell Austin that. Like you would assume he would already be on location, right? Maybe not though. Yeah, maybe they would do a lot of stuff before they even fly out. So I guess theoretically, it could happen. Wait, who am I looking for? Oh, right here.
Aloy, to say you have gratitude feels woefully.
Oh my God, Amanda's officially a registered dietitian. Well, that's something.
And because of you, there will be justice for Ursa's murder. We can mourn her knowing the truth.
Yeah, I'm just like scrolling through to see if there's any more Jeff. I think there's only that one photo from IC. But too far, I missed even the first photo.
I hope you will consider staying in Meridian.
Yeah. Anyway. As far as like the challenge, people just kept bringing back. Do you think they'll stop bringing back Russell around Caramoan? Yeah, I think Caramoan's probably the breaking point, right? But then again, like I guess like theoretically they'll continue to bring back Brandon too, right? And like when does Brandon have his does Brandon have his meltdown earlier? Which if that's the case, then probably Russell stops coming back earlier.
Not to me.
Jelinski was this?
To start with, you kept the city from going up in flames. You were strong, shrewd, and capable.
Who actually is this?
I could use someone like.
He's like the thing's like implying that he's like somebody, but I don't think it is somebody. But imagine if it was Jelinski. Jeffro's brother was at the Cambodia finale, like in a post. I mean, again, this is not the brother that fought Fair Play, though, right? I believe that's the other brother, but I could be wrong. I think if it is the brother that fought Fair Play, I think that's even funnier.
Thank you for the offer, but
imagine if there's a feud between Austin and Fair Play.
not yet. I've got a long way.
I see a picture of him at the Worlds Apart reunion.
And it's gonna take me far from Meridian.
Of course. I didn't mean to presume.
Oh, that's fucking weird. Seeing like pictures of Austin's girlfriend as a kid now. Like what the fuck?
I hope that today is just a sunrise for us.
Yeah, well, it was.
Not a goodbye.
Oh my God! Like, how involved is he in Survivor? He's like, I see like a photo here now of him with like the Worlds Apart logo and like his daughter with the Caramoan logo and stuff. Actually, what's his name again? It's Brent Probst, right? Does he work on? He doesn't work on the show, right? Um, hmm. I guess like theoretically he could, which like would make sense to her, but I don't know. Austin should not be on 50. I think this is a sign that he should. Um,
It's time for
I think
me.
it would be funny.
Of course. I hope you find what you're after, Aloy.
Yeah, he does
If need
seem
be,
pretty
I will
involved
come
in
to you.
Survivor.
As short
Like he
as
does
this
have like a
is.
lot of just random posts about Survivor. Yeah, so if he's not connected to Survivor, then or like not working on Survivor, then he at least like is I don't know, very uh into his brother's work, I guess. Now, how much stuff that like I know, yeah, so like Amanda Propes um has like photos of the 45 cast. I remember that was like a big thing. Was at the time she was like going to a lot of like 45 things, which is obviously where she met Austin. But like was she doing much Survivor stuff before that? I'm like scrolling through her stuff. I don't really see any other Survivor things. Oh, there, her at the Davis Goliath finale. A picture of her and John Hennigan. A picture of her and Jay. Her and Dan Rengering. Her and Christian. Her and Mike White. What a combo. Why the fuck is Jay like a random... Like, I love it, like, the other photos are all Davis Goliath cast, and there's just a random picture of Jay. I don't see any photo of her of Jeff, though. Like, unless I'm missing it. Like, I see a lot of photos of her and her dad. And, like, her and her sister, but... Oh, I'm an idiot. I literally scrolled through past the photo of her at the Winners at War set. So that's something. I mean, that's definitely a sign. Yeah, I think it is. Like, this is a bit close, right? I think it's it will be very weird if Austin is on. Is Jeff Probst's mom? What is this? Barbara Probst? It might be. I believe that's her name, right? When was that post? November 2023. So that's during Blood vs. Water, right? So his mom is like a massive Cochran fan. That makes sense. Her last thing is a retweet of Jeff's from 2021. Is this real? I can't tell if this is a real account. Like, I guess it's like it could. I mean, actually, wait. No, this is. I think this is real. Maybe actually, I don't know. Is it? This is such a weird. Like, it feels. It feels like kind of real, kind of fake. I'm not sure. Like what makes me think it's real is like a post like this, uh, like that like very much feels like something an old woman would do. But also the fact that the like username is I'm a Survivor fan feels weird. Um, and yeah, I don't know. Um, what the fuck is this post? I don't know. I think it's this fake. Maybe I don't know. This is a fucking weird account either way. Like literally a post. Actually, this is so weird too. Like a post from September 2011 is saying follow Amanda Probst, she rocks. Again, 2011. How old is Amanda at that point? She's like 11, right? So it's like if she's Yeah, I think it has to be real, right? Because if it isn't, it's really fucking creepy. Because like, like if it is some like random fan, why are they telling people to follow like Jeff Probst's 11-year-old niece on Twitter? Like that's such a weird thing to do, right? Um, yeah. Wait, actually, let's look at her. Um, okay, well, Mark Burnett follows her. So yeah, maybe it is real. Let's see. Okay, Mark Burnett follows her. Um, Jeff Probst doesn't even follow her though, which I think is a little questionable. Who's she following? Let's see. Adam Klein is the most recent player seemingly she follows. Follows Boston Rob. Who would have guessed? Follows Yule, Sandra. Is that Yule account real? I don't think I've ever seen Yule on Twitter. Oh no, it is real. Okay, that's something. Yvette Nicole Brown, thank God. Malcolm Freeberg, Ethan Cochran, Hayden. What a fucking like Hayden. Okay. What a random combo of people. But yeah, I think that's pretty. Yeah, that's what I would have expected. Is her to be a big Cochran super fan. And then also she didn't like or she was like frustrated at Nicaragua, right? Like she was upset at why didn't the three oh no, that was Jeff referring to something his mom would say, right? Not that his mom actually did say. Oh. What a masterpiece. Please. No? Okay, I think I'm maybe fucked. No, it doesn't really matter. Oh wait, I actually got out of it. What was I stuck in? Oh, like that? Well, that's really stupid. What do you think of Trana? I think she's a fun character. Terrible player. Like, so, like, actively wrong. But it's fun at least. Wait, where's this heading towards? Here? Oh, I have the other mission. Oh, did I finish the mission? Oh, I didn't realize I finished the mission that I was on. Oh, well, that's something. What time are we at? Oh, fuck. Okay, it's late. Okay, I should probably end soon. Okay, I'll probably go to the save point and end. But yeah, like I also have to get up early tomorrow, so that's gonna be fantastic. Thank God for that pop-in. Yeah, Remastered is just weird. It does look really good at points, but like it does feel like the game's like has like a billion more glitches than the first game, or first game, the original game. I feel like I did at a point, but like I think she got like third or fourth, right? She's a big brother fan. Yeah, I think that was more an indication of Blood versus Water, right? Considering her like she was like tweeting at time Blood versus Water.
Crazy Oseram tried to kill our Sun King.
Like I can't imagine Jeff Probst's mom liking Big Brother. That'll be so anti Probst. I wonder if like the entire Probst family is anti Big Brother. Or imagine like Brent Probst is like a Big Brother fan, but has to hide it from Jeff. Going down the Probst family, or was this? Worked on the camera crew. Okay, interesting. See, I think that would make a lot of sense. Oh, wait, this is Scott though. This is the other brother. Which actually, now I remember. I actually did remember that. Actually, I forgot about that. That I did know that actually. Yeah, what happened to Brent Propst, though? Why didn't Brent Propst work on it? Yeah, I believe he's like a game guy now, right? Yeah, he's the CEO of Play by Play Studios. And he also worked for EA for 15 years, I guess. Let's see, what games did he make? Or help make, I should say. Battlefield Hardline. That's the thing. He's a producer on Dead Space 2. He was a producer on Medal of Honor European Assault. A producer on Command and Conquer 3. Is that something? What is this? Oh, this is like an actual interview with him for Dead Space 2? Well, that's fucking weird. I'm waiting for his ad to finish. Please. Finish. There we go.
Dead Space 2. It's going to talk to us a little bit about the multiplayer mode in the game now.
Doesn't even look like Probst that much.
It's a single player affair.
Like Brent Probst, I think you can tell.
How do you make this work?
Oh, yeah, actually you can.
From the beginning of the game and the beginning of development, what we've done is we've looked at all the different games that have a great multiplayer experience. Some of the franchises that were built on.
You can kind of tell, but like I feel like he definitely looks more different than Brent.
And what we've done is we've taken all.
Actually, something. Like, I want to look up. Like I want to make sure it is Scott that got into fight with Fair Play, right? Yeah, it is Scott. Okay, I just looked it up. Yeah, it is Scott. So yeah. Actually, when was this post? I see a tweet from Jeff back in 2015 saying he doesn't hate Fair Play anymore. So that's something. I believe that those are his only two brothers. It's Jeff and it's Brent. It's funny how like you go to Google and Brent Probst is the only one that has a photo for himself, even though like Scott Probst is actually like the more like out there one, like the one that like should be known more. So let's see, Scott Probst. So what was the studio again? It was Play by Play. I just want to see what he makes nowadays. If he makes anything good. Probably not, though. I love like the first line of his company thing is, we aim to create sports games that don't exist today. So that's something. So I guess he's a big sports game guy. Well, that's disappointing. Oh my god, his website fucking sucks. Oh, like it looks like he makes like.
Shadows are getting long.
Is it supposed to be like NBA Street kind of?
Just because he failed to kill the Sun King doesn't mean he's any less guilty.
Oh, I guess it's literally a new company that just opened a few months ago.
We're letting the Oseram take Dervahl? They'll give him a rap
Yeah.
on the knuckles and let him go.
So he's the former general manager of Visceral Games. That was Travis Willingham, wasn't it? In the background? So Visceral Games made Dead Space, right? What else did they make?
Dervahl should die for his crimes.
Let's see.
Because he failed to kill the Sun King doesn't mean he's any
I assume that means he was there for longer than that, right? Yeah, Battlefield Hardline, which he worked on. Dante's Inferno. Actually, I want to play Dante's Inferno. I never got around to it. I do own it now. The Godfather games. Simpson game? Well, that's something. All the Tiger Woods games. It's kind of random that he's working on a basketball game then. But whatever. Thoughts of 47, Jeff? He's been fun so far. I think I probably liked 45, 46 Jeff a bit more. Where, like, I feel like he's not as much spicy Jeff this season, seemingly. But he's still good, though. Imagine Scott Probst made double exposure. Oh, no. Well, if he did, then he just made a nonsensical mess of a game, so... But yeah, I already know about Trana's season. Imagine he actually made a Survivor game. You'd think he would like not have a tough time getting the license to it, right? You'd think he could, you know, get it in there with Probst. Well, again, Probst doesn't own the license, obviously, but like, you'd think he would get connections. If only Survivor was a sport. That's the thing. They make sports games that don't exist anymore. So we need Survivor to be known as a sport. Yeah, fourth. Yeah, that's what I thought. I felt like I remembered it. That she ended up being a fourth. But yeah, obviously I'll end here game wise. What's going on between now and next stream? We got House of Villains. We got anything else? Don't actually remember. I'm trying to remember. How much of the game do I have left? I think I have one stream of the main game, right? Yeah, so do I do this next stream? Like, do I do Frozen Wilds, or do I finish the main game and then do Frozen Wilds? I think I'll do Frozen Wilds now. Or next stream, I should say. Try fast travel. Let's see if the game crashes on me. I think it'll be funny if the game crashes on me. It's the first time I've fast traveled in this entire playthrough. Yeah, again, that's what I was saying. That was like one of my favorite moments of 45, was him slashing the bag of rice. We need that Probst back. Actually, wait, what happened to rice negotiation? Is that next episode? I'm legitimately trying to remember. Like, was it Final 9 or Final 10? Well, like, I guess either way it would be... Yeah, either way it would be next episode or the one after, right? But that's coming soon. When will I watch Grand Final? Probably not for a little bit, to be honest. Yeah, so like where I'm at right now, obviously, like I'm watching Palau. I'll definitely finish that by next stream. I think I'll probably finish it on Friday. I'm debating right now if I should jump right into Amazing Race after that, because I still need to get the challenge script done. So I'm like debating if I should finish the challenge script first, like make sure that's done, and then get around to watching Amazing Race, or if I should go straight into Amazing Race 7. I think I'll probably do the latter. But we'll see. Like, I think it'll come down to like how much work I'm able to actually get done. Because like the process of like taking notes for Palau and then also working on the challenge script has not been working out the greatest. But either way, when editing the challenge script, I'll have to not watch shows. So it's like, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, like the order of shows I have to watch is, and again, it's a lot, but it's Palau, Amazing Race 7, BB Can 3, then Robin Amber's wedding special. What else is there? I actually don't remember anymore. But anyway, it's probably gonna be a while straight up. It's probably gonna be at least another month and a half, maybe more, for all I know. Let's see what we got. We got yeah. So Palau. Actually, it's kind of a pain to look at it this way. Wait, Palau. Oh wait, actually no. Let's type in retrospective. I guess is probably the better way to do it. If my search thing would work. There we go. Yeah, Palau, Amazing Race 7, BB Can 3, Robin Amber Get Married, Teledrama World Tour, MMPR the movie, then Grand Final. So it's what, so after Palau, it'll be like 3 real seasons of shows. And Amazing Race, well, Amazing Races won't take that long. BB Can 3 might take a while, and then Teledrama World Tour probably won't take that long. But then also 2 short things in the Rob and Amber wedding special, which will take a couple hours, and then MPR the movie, which will also take a couple hours. So I would say like a month-ish, if I were to guess. But it depends on how much work I'm able to get done on the Challenge and Survivor scripts, which is what I'm currently working on right now. The focus is get caught up on the Challenge review and get caught up on the Survivor review. That's currently where I'm at right now with things. Everything else is kind of on hold-ish. Like in terms of like editing videos and that sort of thing. That's kind of on hold. Like, again, I'm trying to watch shows while working on the scripts, and I'll try to do that as long as it's still like feasible. But if I get to the point where like I'm like starting, like if I'm at the point where like it's the end of the month and I still haven't started a Survivor script, then like something's gonna give, and I'll have the focus on Survivor. But I'm gonna try to do all that for now. Maybe the story is that everyone who works with Andy gets burned or goes home because of him and Rachel not choosing to work with him. It's her winning move. I mean, I guess. I think it's very clear that is, like, the first part of it, at least, is true, right? So people that work with Andy get burned. But I don't know if that translates to Rachel not working with them at the beginning is like good for her because of that, but whatever. Actually, what else do I have to watch after Genius? So I got BB6, Celebrity Survivor Vanuatu, NPR Season 3, Survivor Guatemala, Mazery's Family Edition. That's it? Okay. That's not as bad, actually. I thought there was more towards the end of the year. Which, I also, like, that's also things that I've decided to just say fuck it and try to go for the entire year with this batch of videos, but also like edit things more incrementally. So because of that, I'm literally just going to watch all these shows, quote unquote, in a row. Again, probably a little bit spaced out, but like coming into December, like at the beginning of December, I'll edit the videos for the month of January, and that'll kind of be the way it goes from now on. Is that like at the beginning of at the beginning of every month, I'll edit all the videos that I can that are going to be released within the following month, and that's kind of how it'll work. That way, there's at least like new content for the membership tier every month, and also I could still keep with like the kind of process I have going. Kind of coping at this point because all my new era winner picks have been right. Just praying Rachel is the winner. Yeah, again, Rachel can win for sure. I just think like if I'm like looking at what the season, at least in the pre-merge, and super, it hasn't really been as much focused on like recently. Actually, I guess it kind of has actually in this last episode, but still, it's like I think like looking at the themes of the season, I do think Caroline and Sue fit into that more. Well, also the Caroline-Sue relationship was like very much like set up as one that's very important. To where like obviously Rachel like again doesn't really fit in the themes as well. But like at the end of the day, it's like the winner doesn't always fit into the themes of the season. Like they do typically, because that's kind of the point, and usually the winner. Or again, I think Survivor like cares a lot about the winner and how they're portrayed and like how they correlate to the season. Where like I do think it typically does, but it doesn't always. So again, there's a world where like someone like Rachel can win despite not really fitting into the themes. I think when you go to someone like Gabe though, who's like completely against the themes, I think that's where you're like, yeah, they're not winning. But like with Rachel, who like again has like some moments that are like again a little bit off, but like their overall like story as a whole isn't really that, then it's like, I don't know, there's at least a chance. Sarah Wilson, hi. Owen, Franny, Brandon, Maria. Oh, Brandon Donlin. Okay, yeah, actually, that's pretty bad. But yeah, so yeah, well, Owen is the best of the ones you've picked, which I'm sure. I guess Maria is probably the one that was the closest to winning. Kinda, right? Owen, yeah, Owen only wins the final 2, right, against Cassidy. I don't think Owen can win any other final 3 scenario, you would think. But yeah. Hey, who are my winner picks in New Era? It's what, Ricard, who got 5th. High, who got, what, 8th? Ellie, which was bad. Actually, Claire was terrible. Then I still can't believe Claire was that early of a boot. I legitimately thought Claire was like guaranteed merge. Yeah, I believe what we've heard from the jury is that if it was a final 2 Cassie Owen, Owen wins. But to be fair, I think that's more of a like Jesse and like people like that. To where like I don't know about the entire jury, but like again, like considering how influential someone like Jesse was, and like Carla and like people like that, it's like I assume that's probably where the jury would have gone, but don't know for sure. You have Bruce. Oh, is that for 40? Well, that's for 45, right? Yeah, it's for 45. Because I think it would have been funny if you picked Bruce for 44. I think that'd be even funnier, actually. Like, at least Bruce 45, it's like, okay, he's a returning player. It's like, I don't know, there's at least, like, some reason to pick him. Bruce 45 was pretty... Or 44 was, like, questionable at the time. Like, I think I had Bruce, like, 17 or 18 on my power ranking coming into 44. I thought he had longevity and make it to the end. Yeah, I thought Bruce... Like, I thought Bruce would be, like, Michael Scoopin, if I remember. Like, again, Michael Scoop, like, gameplay-wise, not the other stuff. But, like, I thought, like, coming into the season, I thought he would be, like Scoopin in the sense that, like, I thought he would be, like, attached to the majority, probably make it pretty deep, not really, like, be a big game player or anything, probably try to be loyal and all that sort of stuff, but, like, I didn't expect him to be, like, as, like, insane of a character that he ended up being. But yeah, who did I pick 45? I don't even remember anymore. Oh, I picked Austin, right? So I almost got it there. I got Kenzie right, obviously. Then, oh, I have Andy this season, don't I? Yeah, actually, yeah, it's funny that I picked Andy over Tiana, despite me actually thinking Tiana was the actual pick, and Tiana did worse. So, that's something. What? Yeah, again, we'll end here. We'll be back on Sunday, continue on with this. Probably a draft of some sort. We'll see. Discussion about Franzel's direct management and being the best. Sure, why not? Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that was part of it, right? Is that yeah, like fuck it, might as well try it again. Which I guess to be fair, that's kind of why I picked Andy. So, oh, maybe it'll work this time. Probably not though. But yeah, again, that's it. So see you guys on Sunday.